Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Welcome to another live stream. Hope your Friday is going well. Just realized that in my rush to get going almost on time, I forgot to bring my last march over here for this barb keep. But fortunately, B-Watcher's here with me to help me out, so it won't be a big deal. But I hope everybody's doing well today on this Friday afternoon. A nice, sunny, hot Friday here in Las Vegas. It is definitely summer. And it's always just a nice special time Friday afternoons in Vegas, you know what I mean? Everybody's ready to get the weekend going. Tourists are starting to show up here in southern Vegas. The Californians are just getting into town and maybe stopping in some of my local spots to to get the weekend going. I just picked up a 6-pack of beer myself, and as is the case often on Friday afternoons at my local liquor store, there were a couple of young ladies with samples of new products. And as is my habit, I did partake in each of those samples. I got, let's see, it was a shot of spiced rum, and then a shot of Blanco tequila. And after that, it was, what did the other girl say it was? It was like, it wasn't officially tequila, but it was like, it was a cousin of tequila. And I forget what it was called, but anyway, then I had a shot of a cousin of tequila. And so I've already got a bit of a buzz. My goal was to really slowly sip my first beer for the first hour of this stream. Slowly sip a second beer for the second hour. And then be in good shape to make a video later and get our Ark of Osiris strategy for tomorrow squared away. But those samples at the store did kind of screw up my pace, because I literally got a buzz just off those 3 shots. But yeah, hopefully everybody's doing well. Let me put this stream out to get our Ark of Osiris strategy to a couple of Discord chats. And then I will keep things going with this barb keep, because B-Watcher seems to have abandoned me here. Alright, where do I put this? Where do I share this link? Let's share it in Handsome Devil's chat, of course. Social media. Social media. And then let me also put it in the official ROK Discord, since I am now a licensed content creator in that Discord. But yeah, the plan for the stream today is to do this barb keep first and foremost, and then I'm planning to check in on the Siege of Orleans that's going on, the fight between 1302 and 1846. It looked fairly interesting earlier, but I haven't checked in on it in a few hours, so, you know, we'll see if it remains interesting or not. And I've got some armaments to open as well. And I don't think we have Champions of Olympia this week, do we? No. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty much going to be a watch party and armament opening after this. So hopefully it's an interesting KvK that's going down. And yeah, I hope everybody in chat's doing well. Let me know how your ROK life is going. I'll let you know how mine is. If anybody's been watching the 302-846 fight today and wants to get on voice with me, we can do an open Discord. Actually, let me jump on Discord. I haven't jumped on the Discord yet. But yeah, we're just gonna keep it chill. And hopefully everybody's having a good start to the weekend. It's been a good week for me. Definitely been a good week. Honestly, I've been like very productive this week. Had a lot of work to do, which is always nice. So I got a bunch of work done. I exercised a couple of times. I'm trying to gain some weight, so I also ate a lot, put on a few pounds. So it's been like a really good week for me. And that, of course, the type of person I am, when things are going well for me, my subconscious mind does tend to try and sabotage things. And so I've been, you know, just stone sober all week. And I just get a little antsy, I guess. You know, my subconscious self-destructive part of my mind just gets a little bit antsy. And so I did crack today and decided to grab that 6-pack. But yeah, it's I don't know. For me, like when things are going really well, I almost feel weird. Like I feel worse. It's when things are going very like mediocre or not that great that I'm like more comfortable, because I'm like sitting on the couch, not doing anything. Maybe I'm drinking a little too much, or, you know, smoking a little too much. I mean, I haven't smoked in months now, so that's part of why I'm maybe a little bit antsy. And I'm resisting that urge because we do have KvK coming up in... well, KvK is going to start in maybe like 3 or 4 weeks, but then fighting is basically 5 weeks away. And I'm just like, I want to go through this whole cycle, this whole second cycle in a row without doing anything to mess with my mind, and just see how that goes. Like, see how high my performance is when my mind is at 100%. Because when I'm at 100%, when I am as mentally sharp as I can be, I don't feel as good as I do at 80%, but I perform much better. I perform much, much better. And so in the long run, I'm happier. The people around me are happier. And so we're just going to try to string together a couple of KvKs in a row where I'm at 100%. We're going to string together many months of YouTube content creation where I'm at 100%. Although admittedly, I'm only at about 92% for this stream at this point. And we're just going to see what happens. You know what I mean? What does me bringing my A- game, what does it manifest? But I do need your help on that a little bit. Can you all let me know if the music sounds good in this stream? Like, is it choppy or does it sound perfectly all right? Because in my last live stream, the music was choppy, but I could not tell. I could not tell at all. I hope B-Watcher didn't just wake up. No, she didn't. Okay. Let me know if the music is good, because it kind of messed up the last stream and I never once realized it across the entire 3-hour stream. So hopefully somebody will give me a heads up on that. If not, I can listen to my own stream for a couple minutes and find out. But yeah, let me know if the music sounds right. And somebody throw a little chat in there so I can see it, so we can test the delay as well. There's the rewards for the every 3 days barb keeps that we do. And let me also show you what the yearly rewards look like if you actually do barb keeps on a super regular basis. 1 second, let me change a couple of things here. Change that. Open this. Yeah, so this is what you get if you do barb keeps every 3 days on cooldown. So you would be doing 121 keeps per year, and you would get 26 and a half legendary materials for your dedicated grind. Let's see, you would also get 120 hours of speed ups, which is 5 days. So that's what that's like 3,500 gemmies, and you'd get another like 5,000 gems. So, and you get another 8,500 gems along with all those materials. So I mean, it's just a grind. It's like 600 gems of value every time you do one of these keeps, which is worth it, you know, for the 15 minutes it took me to do that keep. It's definitely worth it. Samani, the music is good in your opinion. All right. Cheers. Thank you very much for that. I will probably check it myself in a few minutes just to make sure, because I am a little paranoid about it. Because I just like felt like my content was actually like pretty good on last week's stream, but then I just couldn't even listen back to it because the music was so chopped up. But I messed around with my settings, you know, my streaming settings, and so the video quality might be a little bit lower, but hopefully the music comes through loud and clear, and hopefully there's not too much of a delay on the chat as well. So what are we looking at here? I guess the day just changed, so I should click all the buttons as far as this goes. Let's go. You know, before I do my daily dispatch quests, let me show you all the armament that I got the other day from doing these dispatch quests. I got like a really, really good armament the other day. This was from a quest. That's not it. Oh, here it is. It is. I was zoomed out. There we go. Look at this thing. Look at this guy. That's from a quest. You could see it on the screen. You could the receipt is in the screenshot. That was from a freaking quest. So, yeah, you can get some pretty good stuff on these. For those who don't know, we've been doing a little bit of theory crafting in our Alliance Discord about these cutscenes here. And as anyone who's gotten it realizes, the Scipio background, the Scipio, is this, wait, I'm like blanking out a little bit. Okay, this is like nothing. The Scipio background is amazing. The Scipio tropical background is amazing. But I think the KvK background is also really good. I think there's two like top tier cutscenes that are going to give you those legendary plus inscription results. And I think it's the KvK and it's the Scipio. I think that was a good blue. I should maybe like not go through these so fast. Yeah, I'll show you these cutscenes in a minute, the two that you're looking for. The two goodies. Alright, nothing out of that. We have some quests here. Oh, this is gonna be done soon. HDT, what's up? Why did the Scarecrow win a Nobel Prize? I don't know, because he's a peckerhead? Why did the Scarecrow win a Nobel Prize? So yeah, let's see. This is the KvK cutscene. I think the one time I got this, which was the other day, I did get a legendary with an inscription. And then, if you have not seen it yet, the one you really want, the really good cutscene you want is the Scipio Tropical Island. The one time I got this, well, one time when I got this, it was a double inscription. The other time I got this, it was a single legendary inscription. But yeah, that's what you're looking for. Why did the Scarecrow win a Nobel Prize? Because it was outstanding in its field. All right. That's good. But I think there's also at least a handful of Nobel Prize winners over the decades who have been total peckerheads. I don't know any off the top of my head, but I'm sure there have been. I'm sure there's like a couple of like Nobel Peace Prize winners that are complete peckerheads. But, you know, we don't need to go there. I mean, we're just playing a war game here. We're playing a war game here. We don't need to talk about the Nobel Peace Prize. We need to talk about, I don't know, like the greatest generals in history or something like that. I was actually listening to a podcast last night where they were talking about the secretaries of defense in recent American history. And I guess, you know, one of the secretaries of defense at around the Iraq War, the troops were complaining that like there were a lot of like roadside bombs and stuff. And that Secretary of Defense said, you have to fight with the army that you have. And then the next Secretary of Defense came in, heard those same complaints, and said, let's build the army that we need. And I haven't like wrapped my head around what that means for I haven't wrapped my head around what that means for ROK yet. But I will say that we are building an army here in 770 at the moment. Addy and I were having discussions earlier today about some potential recruiting moves that we can make. And it is very interesting. You know, it's interesting when you get to like a certain level in this game where the decisions are like a little bit less straightforward, because we're not just like looking at stats and then just, you know, is this person's stats good enough? Okay, they're in. That's certainly something we do. If you have good enough stats, we accept you immediately, of course. But we're actually trying to fill the weaknesses that we have. You know, we're looking at what the weaknesses are that we have in our kingdom. We're also looking at what our tough competition will be and how they might be able to beat us. And then we're looking to fill those gaps. And so that's been an interesting little exercise, actually, because... Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of stuff with my alts here, but that's been an interesting exercise because, I don't know, it's just like a little bit more complex. It's a little bit more, it's less mathematical. It's more actually strategical. It's more looking at that big picture stuff, knowing what we are as a kingdom, knowing what we might fight in the future that will give us problems, as informed by our past, and making decisions on that basis. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Please throw a like on the video if you have not done so already. I will definitely open my armaments when we get to 12 likes, or I will open my armament chest later, but I'm not going to open them until we get to 12. It's not like I'm going to open them right now. And actually I have more than usual. I've got 5 legendaries this week because I did pop one of those bundles, one of those $5 bundles with that KvK cutscene. I almost wonder if those Amulet of Protection bundles are based on the cutscenes. It's entirely possible. What did I get? Where is it? Oh, here it is. I got this armament yesterday, which generated a pop-up. Kind of an interesting ranged armament. Not something I would ever use on my main, because I'm not going to build ranged marches on my main, but it would have been interesting to get this on the alt, because I do think there's a world. I do think there is a world in which ranged marches are going to be viable for someone who is able to like play 2 accounts on their computer at the same time. And so like you've got your main account on your main monitor and you're open field fighting and doing all the stuff on your main account. And then you have a second account on your second monitor and you're just like doing ranged stuff with that. You know, maybe you build up an account for real cheap and you set it up as a ranged account. Because like if you're actively playing, you can just like pull that ranged out of the you can pull that ranged out of the field as soon as they're under threat. And if you built like a decent account that's a very like ranged focus account that has like ranged gear, that has like you know, maxed basic technology and all that, then I feel like you would get positive trades and you could do a little bit. You could do a little bit of work. It would be like a very easy way to play 2 accounts at once. You know, playing two accounts where you're actually open fielding with both accounts, I don't think that's realistic. Obviously somebody could do it and it would be like strong, but it would be so annoying, right? It would be really annoying to like be using 2 different mice to like control 2 different murder balls at the same time. That would be annoying. But you get a second account and you set it up as ranged, and you throw Margaret and Baber on a march together. And surely down the line they're going to add more ranged commanders, because how can they just have 2? That doesn't really make any sense. It makes sense to me. That makes sense. A second account on a second monitor doing range stuff, and you get like 2 or 3, you get like 3 or 4 people in a kingdom doing that together. It's not nothing. I think it's not nothing. Favorite hobby drawing. Welcome to the stream. The idea of a ranged account is kind of interesting, like Chisgle's farm. I'm interested to see the outcome. I 100% agree. I am very interested to see the outcome of Chisgle's ranged farm. I really, I really appreciate that Chisgle himself is doing something for science. You know, Chisgle, say what you will about Chisgle, but he is a man of science. And he is gonna, he's doing the testing for all of us to see if like a quality ranged, it's just one march though, that's the thing, right? It's just one march, but he's gonna see if a quality ranged march can do actual work. And what we will see, of course, is we will see like the quality of the trade. We will see the quality of the trade, because the issue with using ranged on your alt account or on your alt farm is that like the counterattack damage you take, it trumps the actual damage that you do. So like your farm is taking more damage than it's putting out. Now, somebody might say, well, Brian, who cares if your farm is taking damage? You just use some of all those speed ups you have on your farm to heal the troops. It's not a big deal. To which I say, what game are you playing? What suboptimal game are you playing? Because my farm never has healing speed ups. I actually just used all the healing speed ups a couple hours ago to farm some kills in. I used all my farm's healing speed ups earlier today to farm some kills in Mightiest Governor. But even if you don't have to do that, your farm, if you're using your farm correctly and you're like filling up a lot of rallies and filling up a lot of garrisons with your farm, then you are inevitably gonna just get hit. You're gonna get attacked sometimes. You're gonna be AFK sending these marches places. The enemy's gonna pick them off. You're going to fill up your hospital that way. And so when you're using your farm correctly during a KvK, throughout a KvK, you do end up using all those healing speed ups to clear your hospitals. And you're using all of your universal speed ups to train troops, right? So a good farm cannot just sit in the field with a mediocre ranged march and take really bad trades. That's not optimal use of a farm. And when I'm talking about good farms, as you see one of my, as you see Brian Kuh 1's march walking back, that's the KP on my farm. 390k KP. That's pretty much all reinforcing. 13.5 million dead. You can see it doesn't play a lot. It's only got 15k helps. But, yeah. Brian Kuh 1 ain't going to be building no ranged march. Alright? Brian Kuh 1 is using his heals to clear his hospital, and is using his universals to train troops. So this guy cannot do ranged. This is not ranged. You need ranged. Either you make a ranged march for science, as Chisgle is doing, and or you use the ranged, you use the farm to fill some stuff up. Favorite hobby. Also, when you talk about your kingdom recruiting, I'm kind of interested. Your farm is more than I got. Well, I mean, hobby. That's the issue, man. We are recruiting. 770 is recruiting right now. But we really are pretty picky. We're pretty darn picky. We're looking for high deads, high kill points, and you know, if you can prove your activity, then we might consider you. But honest, like, if you can like show like recent KvKs where you have good stats, then we might accept you. But I'm gonna be honest, we rejected a pretty strong applicant recently. Somebody approached me, somebody I had played with in the past. They approached me with their account. They had solid KP, solid deads. They had solid performances. What am I looking at right now? Oh no, is this over? Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Are you serious? This zone is already over? Oh my gosh, dude. Are you serious? Or am I looking at the wrong thing? No, I'm looking at the right thing. Holy. Alright, but yeah, so like, we are pretty picky. I go full force on every KvK I play. I just took huge breaks, so I missed a lot of action. Yeah, favorite hobby. You can always reach out to me in the game. Feel free to message me. But yeah, if you have less KP than my farm, then I don't think we would accept you. All right, guys, we might need to call an audible as far as what we're gonna do in this stream, because apparently this entire zone got nuked in the last like 3 hours. Oh, this is pathetic. I'm sorry, but this is pathetic. Okay, so this is like a huge... So basically, this zone was a battleground, you know, 5 hours ago, 6, 7, 8 hours ago. This was a battleground. And I guess Song just completely gave up after like 4 hours of fighting. I mean, that's a huge blow for 1254 side. That's a huge blow. What are these guys doing? What are these guys doing? This is crazy, man. So Song basically fought 1302. Do they have another kingdom that's with them? Sorry, let me get the lay of the land here. Yeah, so Song has another kingdom with them, 2327. But they just let 846 take this entire zone immediately? And so now... Okay, so now 846 is building a fort at their pass. There's one flag that they would need to defend. There are literally 0 people from Song, like, even fighting at the pass, at either of these passes. Dude, are you serious? I mean, are you serious about this? Like, what is going on here? Why did they give up so fast? I thought this was like a premier KvK. They're defending the forts near the pass. They're defending these forts? These forts are bullshit. Oh, they're defending these forts. Okay, I mean, we have fighting. Okay, we have fighting. Thank you, 7th, for pointing that out. I'm gonna be honest that I didn't even think to look over here because these forts are complete bullshit. I mean, I guess they just want to like fight in a fort instead of fight in a, like they want to defend a fort instead of defend a flag. But ultimately, these forts will never survive. I mean, these forts will never survive. Well, let's watch the end of this rally, and then I will explain to you. For those of you who are like brand new to the game, I will explain to you why these forts will never survive, because anyone other than someone brand new to the game already knows why these forts would not survive. HDT Nation, it's 1302's downtime. It is their downtime, but they could have like back flagged, and they could have like slowed down the progress, and they could have had some people stay up all night. They could pull a 1252 and keep rebuilding forts to cover the level 5. All right, but HDT, here's the difference, right? And this is the difference. HDT is talking about a Strife of the 8 that we played recently, where our enemies sort of just built a lot of forts around the passes, and when one fort went down, they built another fort. But here's the difference, HDT, and this is a very key difference. When 1252 built their forts, all of their cities were on the other side of the pass. They had an entire kingdom safely protected on the other side of this pass that would fill up those forts, help with counter rallies, help with open field when they want to, when they needed to push out. I mean, if they wanted to build these forts, if they actually wanted to build these forts and wear down 1846, they should have put them at these passes. If you know you're going to do this, if you know you're going to give up within like 8 hours, then put forts at your actual start zone passes. Put forts here. The enemy's going to attack them. 1846 is going to, 1846 is going to, if you put forts here, right? If you put forts around here, and you put forts around here, 1846 will flag to them, and they will attack them. But all your casual players who are safely tucked away in your start zone will fill up those forts over and over again with their troops, which will not only make your defense stronger, but it will give your casual players an opportunity to take deads. When you put your forts over here, then only your hardcore players teleport here. You have utterly limited teleport space. Your troop presence and your army strength is utterly restricted by how many people teleport here and like actively are fighting. I mean, look at all these shielded cities. So these people aren't even online. Like, let's look at where the active fighting is. Let's look at how many shields there are. Shield. Look at this guy. This guy's not a farm. This is an active player who is shielding and thus offline at the front lines. So now other people can't teleport in. So this stuff is always doomed to fail. And please explain to me, someone please explain to me why they would ever put the forts here when they can put the forts at their start zone passes. What's the point? You have to last for like 12 days. This is like, you have to last for like 10 or 12 days here. That will never occur. That will absolutely never occur. So, I mean, that's what's up. Sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Because, I mean, Song is like, what, one of the best OL teams in the game? And they've done a number of questionable things in the last 8 hours. And I've only been watching for like 2. There was a 170 million Song player zeroed earlier. I didn't see that hobby drawing. I saw the 100 mil player with like 4.5 bill KP who got zeroed. I saw the 4.5 billion player with the 4.5 billion KP player who got zeroed. Seventh is saying they're trying to hold. They're trying to defend to hold passes for next zone. Top left of the zone. HS is 1302. Okay, cool. Yeah. So HS is 1302, but Not sure. I mean, we'll see how long they hold up in their uptime. Yeah, I mean, the issue... Okay, like, here's another issue, right? So they have uptime. So they're building a fort here anyway. So first of all, 846 is building a fort here, right? So it's not like they're going to progress in their uptime anyway. But this is the other issue with trying to fight from a pure teleport area instead of fighting at your passes. The problem with trying to fight from a pure teleport area is that when you want to start rallying, the only people who can fill your rallies are the hardcore core fighters who have teleported to the front. I mean, I get that they've like built some teleport space, right? So it's not like utterly absurd. Like what they're doing is not utterly absurd because at least they have teleport space. I mean, I get it. I get that they have teleport space. Banks, what's up? Banks, this is a move that Addy pulled in the original KvK 2. This is the move that didn't work in the original KvK 2, where you solo garrisoned a fort and some random just like walked, you just some random just like attacked your fort and took like 150k deads when we were all noobs. I mean, this is literally a move that Addy pulled like 5 years ago when we were noobs in this, or 4 years ago when we were noobs in this game. I get that they built teleport space, but why not do this at your pass? Like, why not just do this at your pass? Because you're never holding this anyway. I guess the logic is that if you build all these forts at your passes, then the enemy doesn't have to attack those forts. And I get that. I get that. But all right, let me slow down a minute and actually assess this. So if they build these forts at the pass, they have obviously way more teleport space because they have an entire zone. But the enemy does not have to attack those forts. The thing is, if the enemy doesn't attack those forts, then Song is never pushed out of the zone. And when Song goes into their uptime, they can counterattack the flags of 1846. Because if you build some nice forts here, like if you build some nice tight forts right at your pass, then 1846 cannot just like put like 8 forts to block you in. They're gonna have to have flags. They are inevitably going to have flags connected to your forts. And so then when you go into your uptime, you can attack 1846 flags. And so they have to deal with the forts. If they're in this zone, if Song forts at these passes, especially if they get like a little bit of teleport space behind their forts, then I do think 1846 has to deal with those forts at some point over the next 10 days. And I think you ultimately get better trades that way than with this approach here, where again, you have very limited teleport space. You have very limited teleport space. Do you have some teleport space? Yes. Do you get to defend your forts? Yes. Is this strategy as bad as I thought it was the moment I saw it? No, it's not as bad as I thought, but I think there's obviously a way that could have been done. I think it obviously could have been done better. HDT says, not sure. I mean, we'll see how they hold up in their uptime. HDT, maybe they'll gain some more territory, but if they let 1846 walk into lead of France, then 1254 is going to have 2 versus 1 major Imperiums. They probably knew they had no chance, or were probably going to get locked anyways. Yeah, they knew they had no chance, but they have to assess how they're best going to. They have to assess how they are going to best do damage to 1846, and I question whether this is the best way. Because once they actually lose these forts, then they're going to be like pure locked in. They're going to be locked in from the pass. There's going to be forts right outside here, and that is always a difficult assault. It's a you know, first of all you have to kill forts, and second of all, you have to go through this pass. You have to deal with all this pass area where no cities can teleport. So I just think building forts to the pass is going to do better damage long run than building forts over here. Because as discussed, if you can actually hold your forts here, if you can hold forts in this zone, then you will be able to make actual progress, quick progress, once 1846 shifts to 1254. Because they're going to have flags here, and you can just burn the flags. But as played, 1846 is going to put forts. They're going to put forts right outside, and you're going to have to get through forts instead of flags to start breaching this zone once 1846 changes its focus. All right, so another rally here on the fort. It will be interesting to see if they get a burn here. Let's take a look at how this is looking. So Song has some open field presence. It is worth noting that Song has a reasonable open field presence here. They are not being overrun. By the way, can anyone tell me if Song is Chinese or Korean? I mean, they look Chinese to me. Is that correct? Are they Chinese? What time? Yeah. What time in China? All right, so it's about 9 a.m. in China. So Song is kind of going to start waking up. And it is worth noting that 1846 has not overrun them here. There's significant Song presence here that, while not able to swarm the rally or disrupt the reinforcing ball, they're not just wiped off the field. They're not in full turtle mode. So that's interesting. That is interesting. Favorite hobby drawing says they probably try to fort drop in their up times with Song and Duck at weak points that 1846 have because of the fighting at the fort line. Yeah, I don't think they're. I would be surprised if they get a fort drop down. Maybe they can, but to what end, right? If 1846 dominates the zone, what's a fort drop really going to do? It's going to do, you take 3 hours to get the fort done, and then maybe you have like two hours maybe before like the enemy has some amount of solid presence. So you get like 3 hours to cause a bit of havoc, burn a few flags. I mean, if 1846 builds their territory like fourth graders, then maybe you cut them off somewhere, but I doubt Laguna is going to build territory like a fourth grader. So I don't think a fort drop is realistic. HTT Nation says, yeah, but I feel like they had two choices: place forts at the level 5 before 1846 could have a chance to slow down, and possibly not let 1254 1v2, or lock themselves in and let them pass. Pretty sure they did have a fort at their pass near the beginning. I suspect it got burnt and downtime came, so they couldn't rebuild it. It would be interesting if they did a back fort at their pass that got burnt down, but I mean, clearly you can get a fort down at this far pass before 1846 could have reached it. You obviously you could have built forts here. I mean, without question. Maybe they get to this pass, but I don't think so. Because you have flags. Song had flags all around here. So it's interesting. Song's done a couple of very interesting things today. The other interesting thing they did earlier, for those who did not see it, is they built like a very a thin flag line into the zone. And then once 1846 connected to that flag line, it became obvious that 1846 was going to be able to cut off about 7 or 8 flags. But Song did not back flag at all. They could have connected. They could have like slowed down that disconnection. But they chose not to do that. They relied on all of their players to A, teleport away, or B, be online, take some swarm damage on their city, and then shield before they took any deads as a way to, you know, get a good trade there. That was the choice that Song made, but it led to some core fighters of Song being zeroed, because inevitably not everyone teleports out. You know, inevitably over the course of like a 30 to 45 minute period where you announce we're going to be teleporting away, inevitably someone goes AFK and gets zeroed, and that is exactly what happened. So I mean, yeah, they made some interesting choices here. Counter rally coming in here. XY counter rally. Okay, very. What just happened, guys? Why did they cancel the rally versus an XY counter? Why not just swarm the XY rally down? I mean, you have complete open field control. Yeah. I'm confused. I'm not usually this aggro, I just am seeing some things that I don't agree with. So they have a bit of an issue here where like they only have 2 alliances in this coalition. And they're both on the front lines. So they have to rally from one of these 2 coalitions. But yeah, I mean, I guess this is interesting, right? I mean, I guess these are some very interesting choices being made. I mean, to me, the decision to not fight, to not defend some of these flags, I don't know. I kind of think I just think like sometimes you have to fight, even if it's not like optimal. I think sometimes it's better to fight than retreat. I think it helps morale. I think it helps morale to fight sometimes. But yeah, I mean, here they are. They're well defended. You know, so, 1302 is well defended here. I mean, it looks like all these forts are like able to be very well defended. This fort is burning. This fort is burning. I mean, this is the other issue, right? The other issue is that you can never defend all these forts. Why is this one not being attacked? Why is 1846 not attacking here? Okay, so this is 1327. Oh, so this is all blocked. Okay, this is all blocked. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The one issue they're gonna have is that like if they can't defend these green forts here, then 1846 is just going to take more and more territory, and after a day or two, they're going to be able to double rally these forts that are actually being defended. So that is going to change the equation a bit. That's going to change the equation in a substantial way. Once you can double rally these forts, that will change the equation. All right. Because we have some good viewership, I'm assuming my music is working properly, but I'm just going to take like 30 seconds to listen to my stream anyway, just to make absolutely sure. So pardon me while I do this. I think I need to mute desktop audio. There we go. Just give me 30 seconds here. All right. Looks like the music's going well. So if anyone thinks the music does not sound right, please let me know. I'm paranoid about that at this point. But yeah, thank you all for tuning in. We are just spectating this high-profile Siege of Orleans, Imperium KvK. It features. Let me give you the breakdown of the teams here, as we wait for the next 1846 rally to come in. In this KvK, we have these two top kingdoms, 1525 and 1254. They are allied with the camp in yellow, which is the camp we're watching now, 1302 and 2327. And they are up against the legendary kingdom that is 1365, as well as the legendary kingdom that is 1846, and the infamous kingdom that is 1945. So it is a 3 versus 3 Siege of Orleans, and we are witnessing the first fighting in this KvK. I believe there's fighting in this zone as well. I believe 1945 and 1525 are also fighting. But it doesn't look like 1945 is mustering a real defense. It looks like they're going to wait until Zone 6, when they'll be able to fight with 1365, which is smart. But in this zone, the yellow camp, 1302, they have no choice but to fight now. Because they... What do they have here? Well, basically, 1365 has already inhabited this zone, Barry. And so it's essentially a given that 1302 will not try to take this zone. And so their only choice is to fight here against 1846, which is a bigger kingdom than they are. But they are trying to navigate the best way to defend and do damage to 1846 so that they can help out their allies later in the KvK. Because their allies are likely to be outnumbered later on in the KvK. So 1302 is trying to do damage now. I suppose they outwardly hope they can hold on to all this territory here for about 10 days. I can guarantee you that they will not hold this territory. I mean, if you can't hold 90% of the zone that's connected to your pass, you're not going to be able to hold 10% of the zone that's not connected to your pass. But they're trying to do damage, and it looks like it's kind of stable right now. 1846 does not have substantial open field control. They have slight open field control, but not substantial. So it's going to be hard to rally this fort. Cherry, welcome to the stream. Happy Friday. I hope everyone's having a good Friday. You know, we are zoned in a little bit here on Rise of Kingdoms all of a sudden, but yeah, it's been a nice sunny day here in Vegas. Summer is here. People are feeling good. People are in a party mood. I'm not in a party mood, but I'm definitely loosening up for this stream. Seba, welcome to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. Throw a like on the video if you haven't done so already. I will open my armaments later. We're at 15 likes, which I very much appreciate. So we've hit the threshold to open up my my armament chests, but we're locked into this KvK at the moment. So let's just keep watching it here. So this is going to be interesting, actually. It's going to be interesting to see what 1846 does here. Because historically, Laguna has been a very sort of conservative and calculating general. There was that KvK, I forget who they were against, but there was that KvK where they declined, I think it was a heroic anthem, and they declined to fight their primary adversary in like Zone 5. Because I guess it was probably Strife, right? It was Strife. They declined to fight their primary adversary in Zone 5 because they would have like a slightly more advantageous situation if they waited until Zone 6 to fight. But, you know, a lot of people criticized that decision at the time. It was a very, like, passive, bashful type of decision. And in a giant Imperium with, like, 1846, where you have a lot of fighters, I mean, you've got, like, Clubman, right? Like, I don't think you tell Clubman that he's going to have to miss a fight against a rival for, like, the next 2 weeks or 10 days because you've calculated that it is slightly more plus EV to wait till Zone 6. And so I'm sure that pissed off some of the players in 1846. And I forget exactly what happened in that KvK, but 1846 has not been the same since that decision. So Laguna is like very, like, he's very conservative, right? He's very conservative. And so if I were in this situation, I'd be like, man, why don't we like wait a couple days? Why don't we either wait for their downtime, where we made so much progress earlier today? Why don't we wait 24 hours for their downtime again? And or let's wait until we burn some of these other forts and set up some double rallies. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what Laguna's thinking right now. Do we really want to rally into this fort that has what, 300 or 3 million capacity? Do we really want to rally into this with our like 2.6 million capacity? Or do we want to wait a couple days where A, our tech and our rally capacity is higher, and B, we can double rally these forts? I can almost guarantee you that's what he's thinking right now. Because that's what I would be thinking. And I would be in a pretty big argument with other people in our kingdom who are much more straightforward and are just like, see target, attack target. Because the smart thing, and let me know what y'all think. Like, what would you do? If you were 1846, would you rally this fort right now? Or would you wait a couple days and breach these HSB forts, right? Maybe even shift your entire murder ball down here, make them rotate as well, and you burn these forts, and you burn these green forts, and you set up a double rally on these heavily defended forts. You know what I mean? Because here's the thing, right? Like all these, look at all these shielded cities, all these shielded farms. I mean, they haven't even prepped this area. They haven't even killed this. They haven't even killed this level 14 barbed fort here. So they have not prepped this area for defense. Why not just rotate your murder ball down here and rally these forts, and see if they can actually get all these cities moved? Because I bet they can't. I bet some of these cities are offline. And so you rally this fort instead when it's not fully surrounded by active cities. And you skin the cat that way. Because you can see the rallies have stopped. The rallies have stopped. They're just doing happy, fun time, pointless open field mode now. The other option, of course, is dominate the open field. You know, you are a much bigger kingdom than 1302. You're a much bigger kingdom. Dominate the open field, surround the fort, and swarm the fort and see what happens. You know, see if Song has well-timed anti-swarm technology in place. But they're rallying it again. They're rallying it. So they're rallying it. Let's see how this rally goes. Interesting that we're seeing the Yan. I think it's a Jadwiga backup. I'm not sure. I wish I knew all these animations. I need to learn them. It looks like a Jadwiga though. I've seen this animation many times. Looks like a Jadwiga. So let's see. The normal damage is favoring the Gilga. 41 nuke, 60k nuke, 70k, 141k. It's so hard to figure these things out. Oh, you think it's Jan Hera? I should, yeah, the circular AoE makes sense. That does make sense. You're right, it's Hera. Good call, good call. So Jan Hera, that's a weird choice, man. That's a very weird choice. I mean, I can guarantee you that Jan Jadwiga or Jan Nevsky would do better against no swarm. I guess the idea is that, like, you're preventing the swarm from ever starting. But I would think that I mean, and by the way, it's beating this rally, by the way. It's beating this rally pretty good. But I don't know, I would think a top-level Osiris League Kingdom would start with the Jan Nevsky or the Jan Jadwiga, and then swap to the Jan Hera if they start swarming. I don't know. I don't know. What am I? Do I expect too much? Do I expect too much of this kingdom? I don't really get the Gilgamesh either. Why not Henry Nebu? So now they've got the Jad. What is the Jad with? Jad YSS. So I'm not. I mean, I don't think I'm wrong to expect a bit more than Jad YSS. I mean, Jad YSS. But yeah, I mean, they're holding, right? Like, they're holding, and they're getting good trades. Like, they're holding and they're getting good trades. They are holding and they are getting good trades. So they have succeeded. Let's zoom back a little bit. Song has succeeded at this moment in frustrating 1846. That being said, 1846 has gotten everything they've wanted out of the day. They accomplished everything they wanted to accomplish, and they also zeroed a couple of active fighters for good measure. The oldest trick in the... That's an old trick, man. Although HTT, if we're going by just 1770 history, the older trick is actually Jadwiga Theo. Because I'm pretty sure I built Jadwiga before I built YSS. So an even older trick is Jadwiga Theo. So this is interesting. This is interesting. Because we're going into Chinese uptime. And so it certainly feels like 24 hours from now, these forts are still going to be up. So Song is like getting something out of this zone. Yeah, I don't know. To deal with this teleport space properly requires a lot of micromanagement. It requires a lot of micromanagement to be like, hey, you can never stay here. when you go offline. You always have to teleport away. And you can already see that that's not really happening. That there are a lot of big boys who are offline and have just stayed in the zone. But you can also see that there's like open space almost. There's open teleport space. I mean, I feel like 1846 should have enough open field control to do something about these gatherers. Like, call me crazy, but a cav march should be able to get through. Like, a cav march should be able to go south, loop around, and kill these gatherers, right? I mean, maybe it's just not worth it. It's like, you just... Killing these gatherers requires, like, just a dedicated, like, average player, a line player, regular soldier to just, like, care enough to do this stuff. You know, no officer wants to be dealing with, like, asking endless people to go kill these gatherers. But it would be really nice if a line member would come over here and kill these guys and limit them from opening up more teleport space. But yeah, I mean, 1846 has not overwhelmed this field, which I think is surprising and significant. It's 9 a.m. in China. It's not Song's uptime by any means, but they have not overwhelmed this field. Which, if you had enough open field, you could overwhelm this. You could prevent them from ever forming. I mean, because they're forming. Like, they are formed up. Like, they are formed up over here. If you have enough open field, which actually they do, you just attack into this ball and destroy it. You just attack. You never let a ball this big form when you have open field control. So, I mean, at this moment, just at this moment, I will say 1846 looks a little bit light on activity. I don't think you let Song have this much open field at 9 a.m. in China. Oh, look, they're going in. See? Look, they're going in. Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. You don't let this ball form. Luca's trying to get it going. Shout out to Luca Musso, man. That's what you got to do, man. Look, he's not even an officer, but he knows what needs to get done. He's trying to... Look, Luca's like trying to destroy this ball. That's what you do, man. That's what you do as a leader. That's what you do as a player. You go in first. You throw the emoji up there. You say stuff in chat. You say stuff in voice chat. You mobilize people. You mobilize people to do what needs to be done. Matt Ba, welcome to the stream. Hope your Friday's going good. Luca's watching the stream. You know what? I do think I give away some good info on the streams, HDT Nation. You know, with my videos, a lot of people watch the videos, right? Hundreds or oftentimes thousands of people watch my videos. I don't like giving away the best information on the videos. It's just going out to too many people. So I do hold back on the videos on a number of different topics. But for people who are watching the stream, you know, people in the chat, you all are the dedicated supporters of my channel. You're the dedicated supporters of my work. And I'm very appreciative to all the people who hang out and stay on the live stream and participate. As such, I give away more information, more directly optimal information on the stream. And, you know, I'm certainly comfortable talking about ball tactics on the stream. And one of those ball tactics is kill the enemy ball before it forms. If you see you have a numerical advantage, take that numerical advantage. Don't let it form. It's a win-win situation. It's a win in terms of the objective. You prevent the enemy ball from swarming. And it is also a win because you have that numerical advantage. You therefore get good trades. You therefore win the fight. And all your people have fun. Just got home from some baseball. Nice, Matt Ba. I imagine when your kids were playing, or were you playing baseball? Brian is a chess grandmaster, if y'all couldn't already tell. I'm really not. I'm really not. This game is not that complicated. This game is just not that complicated. Which is actually something I was talking with Addy and Matt about on Voice the other day, where we were talking about some of the edges that we have as a kingdom, and I was like, these edges are not that complicated. Like, these edges can be replicated by our opponents. Like, it won't take them that long. It might take them, like, in 6 months, they're going to be replicating these exact things. Like, we can't rely on these edges always existing, because, like, the game is just not that complicated. I mean, all I just said, literally all I just said was that when your ball is bigger than the enemy's ball, you should attack the enemy's ball. And all that's difficult about it is making it happen, right? We saw a line member, we saw a non-officer in Luca saying, "Follow me," and going in and clearing that ball. You know, someone has to do it. Inertia sets in, and you stand in place, and you watch the enemy form their ball. Someone has to take that initiative and get everybody moving in the right direction. Nice, Matt. Did they win? Yeah, I mean, Matt, you say that you didn't have any ball tactics in 2058, but the reality is we learned the majority of our ball tactics from the KvK we played against you guys. Now, granted, it was Decebalus from 2064 who was leading those balls, but yeah, we did learn ball tactics from the ball that you were in. It's a loss. It's a loss for the Mappa family in baseball. That's cool though, man. Friday night baseball game. Watching your kid play a Friday night baseball game, that's pretty dope, man. That is the stuff I have missed in life. That is the stuff that my choices in life have caused me to miss that I actually regret, right? There's a lot of stuff that I don't regret, but being able to hang out at a ball field and watch my son play, or your daughter, it could have been your daughter too, but watch my kid play baseball on a Friday night, that's certainly better than sitting here watching a bunch of digital warriors try to burn a fort. This is fun too, though. It's funny. I threw it once I saw that this when I first checked on this KvK and it looked janky. I did throw a question out in our alliance chat, like, does anybody know a KvK where there's fighting going on? I appreciate Seventh, who pointed out earlier that they were defending the stuff near the pass. Because yeah, I didn't notice that. So wait, what's going on now? Oh, so 1302. I might have not paid enough attention to that fight. Anyway, 1302 has the field now. What happened in that fight? I need to check my stream and see what the heck happened there. What the heck happened there? Yeah, 1846 won that fight. But then they refreshed, and 1302 went absolutely ham everywhere? Question mark? Yeah, because 1846 definitely won that fight. So this is like weird. This is really weird troop movement. But clearly 1302 has woken up. And we are kind of at that, you know, in ROK we don't, the time change, the shift from day to night, it happens weirdly, I think. I don't think it's on a schedule. I think it's kind of based on like your actions in game. But anyway, the day and night schedule in ROK like means nothing basically. But this is kind of morning. This is actual morning. Morning is when the enemy starts to wake up and you start to go into your downtime. And the balance you had before shifts to something different. Where now this fort is fully protected. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Or are they doing that? Are they doing this? By the way, this is not a good fort to, this is a hard fort to defend, by the way. Just for the record, this is a hard fort to defend. Very few teleport spots around this fort here. Never too late to start a family, Brian. No, it's never too late. Definitely never too late. And it could always happen, but quite frankly, I just don't make enough money to have kids. I'm trying to build a family here in this game, to be honest. Through my alliance and through this channel, I'm trying to build a family here. That's where I'm at in life. So, 1302 on the burn. Very interesting that they lost an open field fight, their ball was destroyed, then the enemy backed away, and they literally just like overwhelmed everything. So now 1846 needs to reform. And this fort is a nice fort. It's certainly a nice fort for sure. But this is going to be an interesting fort over the next 24 hours because this is a really tough to this is really tough to defend. And I'm guessing due to the fact that they did not farm up this tile, that there are not any more teleport spots here than the two that you have. I mean, maybe if you farm this tile, this city can get a little bit closer. But I'm guessing you cannot put a third city here. They need to farm this one up and get this city a little closer. But yeah, this is not an easy fort to defend at all. Okay, so a little bit of the open field's coming from over here. Is this city off territory? No. Oh, this city was, I didn't notice this earlier, but I did notice that this city was, didn't have an alliance for a while. I don't know what exactly happened here. Probably nothing big. I don't think anything big happened here. Okay, 1846 is coming in now. They're coming in with presence. And they are going to win the open field without question. They're gonna swamp these dudes. So, who do y'all think is gonna win this KvK? I think HDT asked me that earlier. I did not give an answer. Let me think through an answer, because it's something I've thought about, but I haven't really articulated it to myself about who I think is going to win this. Oh, they have Brian Kuh? Dude, these guys have Brian Kuh, yo. Dude, Brian Kuh's like I bet this guy has a ton of KP. He's been around for a long time. Yeah, Brian Kuh, man. Or Brian Kuhn? Yo, shout out to Brian Kuh. Okay, who do I think is going to win this KvK? All right, so it's Brian Kuhn. Okay, but still, shout out to Brian Kuhn. All right, so when they made the matchup, I did, and Ruz flipped the table. My first impression was that 254 had the advantage, or they at least had gotten the best of the diplomacy, because nobody really wanted 1945, and it looked to me like 1525 was a quite strong kingdom. And 1302 is like obviously like, you know, they're solid. So it felt like 254 had the advantage on diplomacy. They got what they wanted. I mean, essentially 1254 got what they wanted diplomacy-wise. And so that was like my first impression. It was just that like 1254 got what they wanted, which is a bit of a tell. I think that's a bit of a tell. I think the side that gets what they want diplomatically generally wins the KvK. You know, on some level, 1525 and 1302 had confidence, or actually 1302. On some level, 1302 had confidence in 1254 in terms of being willing to ally with them. But I think from hearing people talk about the matchup and hearing some internal stuff with 1254 about their activity level, I mean, 1254 is kind of like blatantly honest about some stuff. Like, I think Ruz said that SW has like 80 active players. I think Chiskel today was going through the roster and he kind of thought that they had a few more than that. But, you know, I think 1254 has some activity issues. Certainly when we talk about retirements after this round of KvKs, you know, when you listen to like Bulba talk, and he says, oh yeah, after these KvKs, a lot of people are going to retire. And Bulba's in 1307. When you hear Redline talk, he says, oh yeah, I think a lot of people are going to retire after this KvK. And Redline's in 1254. So the noise is coming out of 1254 is that they have inactivity and they have people who might retire. So that's tough. It's tough to bet on 1254 given those facts, especially when like 1365, like I don't know a lot about 1365, but like they beat 1254 before, and they just seem like they still seem very much immersed in ROK, right? 1365 is not showing any signs of like retiring. They're not showing any signs of like a lack of desire to be, you know, the most accomplished kingdom in the game. Like, to me, 1365 kind of feels like they're still very serious about ROK in a way that perhaps 1254 is not. So, I mean, it's really tough, man. It's really tough to say who's going to win. You know what? I'm going to go with 1254. That was just my instinct coming in was that 1254 was the team to beat. You know, they have the biggest player in the game who seems very dedicated. They have so many whales. They have so many huge whales. 365 spends a lot less than 1254 does. And I'm being a little bit biased on like this day. I'm being a little biased on this day, which I know that 1302 has underperformed here, but like I'm not seeing like insane punch from 1846 either. And so I guess I would go with 1254 in this one. I think 1525 is going to be good. And at the end of the day, 1254 can win this zone. They can win terrain. And yeah, it might be like like I don't know, maybe they aren't able to lock out 1945 from Kingsland. I'm not quite sure. But I think they will be able to. I mean, I think 1254 can block 1945 from KL in the same way that 302 will be blocked. And I just think 1254 has enough, man. I think a KvK like this will oftentimes comes down to which team runs out of troops first. Like, which kingdom runs out of troops? Is 1525 going to run out of troops first, or is 1846 going to run out of troops first? I mean, that's a question, right? 1525 might be the weak link, not because they're a bad kingdom, but just because they're a bit smaller than these other kingdoms. And if they run out of troops first, that's a big problem for 1254. But I just think 1254 has a lot more troops than 1365 does. And as long as 1254's execution is roughly as good as 1365's execution and roughly as good as 1846 execution, I think they can bleed the enemy of troops before they get bled out. And I know I'm going against consensus there. I know I'm going like, I know the consensus is that 1254 is going to lose. I know like the smart money is saying that 1254 is just too inactive. They have too many inactives. And that, you know, and that the map doesn't work out for them, right? They're, you know, 1302 is going to get blocked in. 1302 is not going to be able to do much. The zone sixes are going to be 2 versus 3. But the thing is, like, 1846. Okay, so 1846 can attack 1254, but they can't attack them in zone 6. So that is a factor. That's a factor that I forgot in my rant of the last few minutes. That 1846 can attack 1254. They just can't do it in zone 6. So that is a factor. That is a big factor that I was not thinking about. So that does make it tough for 1254, because to some extent, zone 6s are going to be a 2 versus 3. Because 1302 is going to be forced back here. Which again, I don't know why you just don't back fort at your passes. Why not back fort at your passes? But anyway, I bet on 1254, so I'll stick with that. But I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. It's a little tougher than I realized, you know? But yeah, really appreciate everybody hanging out. This is the most viewers I've had on one of these Friday night streams ever. So super, super psyched to have everybody hanging out. I'm sure it's partly because we have some good action. Let me take a look if there's any other streams up. Let me see if there's any competition. I'm always curious about that. Where are we? One second. I'm scoping out the competition if I can. Oh, there's a bunch of people streaming. Oh, so I'm putting up numbers with Redline streaming, as well as a number of others watching this exact content. So yeah, I really appreciate everybody hanging out. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, I mean, I've been playing this game for 5 years. I've been involved in the same alliance the entire time. We have built our alliance, the Handsome Devils, from a very, very small alliance. We were not even in the top 50 of our kingdom in power after 2 weeks. After 2 weeks in our original kingdom, we did not even have any territory. But what we did have was we had a core of about 10 players who were willing to relocate to a new area to build our third fort. And the moment that I realized we had a core of 10 players who were willing to stick with our group, even when we had no territory, I realized we were going to be successful. And the only reason that I made it for those 2 weeks, or the only reason I kept playing after 2 or 3 days, was because the R5 of our alliance, a player named Adinavo, let's see, where is he? Yeah, he's number 1 in KP. So yeah, I mean, me and Addy, we've been part of the Handsome Devils since day 1. But I was going to just quit this game after like 2 days. But I realized that Addy was actually a very good leader. I was like, wow, this guy's actually like a good leader. That means I won't have to lead. I can just play this game and I can just like let this guy lead. I can be like casual about the game and let this guy lead. So yeah, we've been building this alliance for 5 years. We don't spend a lot of money, but we do take the game very seriously and we play very well. We've won 4 Season of Conquest KvKs. In one, the star was robbed from us by an ally. But we've accomplished quite a bit. And I would say we're in probably one of the top kingdoms in the game. If you factor in power and grade that on a relative basis, I would say that we are easily one of the top 20 kingdoms in the game. We would like to be one of the top 10 kingdoms in the game, but I think we still have to kind of prove that. I'm not saying like top 10 most powerful kingdoms in the game, but I'm saying like strength relative to your matchmaking level type of rankings. So Tariq Sargon rally coming in, because they do have dominating open field control here. This is what you got to do, right? You got to surround the battlefield. So Tariq Sargon in here now. Certainly this is going to do better against Cav, but it looks to be losing. Algebra, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the kingdom as well, Algebra. Algebra has joined 770 recently. We're very happy to have him. Yeah, it looks like this rally is doing like a little bit better than the Archer rallies were. But still losing. Still losing the trade. The thing here, like, the thing as far as, like, whether this is a losing situation for 1846, the thing that 1846 has going for it here is that Song is filling this fort with these 5 or 6 cities that are very close to the garrison. no one else is really able to reach this fort. I mean, maybe a march here and there can hop through a bunch of cities to get here. But for the most part, this fort is being filled by these core 5 or 6 cities. And there is value in just depleting these cities, right? I mean, it's going to take a long time to deplete this dude. But like this farm, right? This farm's doing stuff. It's doing stuff. But once you get this thing depleted, it's done for the rest of the KvK. Counter rally coming in. Looks like it's an Attila Nevsky. Good solid counter rally. You got to swarm this. You got to swarm this. You got to swarm this, man. How do you not swarm this? Swarm the counter rally. Yeah, so they're going to swarm down this counter rally. They're going to keep this rally going. And you have to just starve these cities. I mean, Song has set this up very well. Oh my gosh, have they set this up well. Wow. Song set this up really well. They put some absolutely monstrous whales here, and they're just going to have these monstrous whales who have troops to burn. They're just going to let these monstrous whales fill this fort, man. KvK, welcome to the stream. Glad you caught us. Oh, Algebra, don't worry about it, dude. That MG thing, don't worry about it. No, I don't think anybody really cares. And, yeah, I didn't even know that. I've been playing this game for 5 years, and I didn't know that if you migrate to a new kingdom, your MGE points transfer over. So it is something we can watch in the future, but yeah, I learned something new on that one. Oh, but this is like so beautiful the way Song has set this up. Like, this is a move that I don't even know. I don't even know about this move. Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Like, they just have monster whales filling this fort. And so they're really not going to lose anything. I mean, yeah, these guys are going to lose some power. But who cares? Who cares if these people lose power? You want these people to lose power in a situation like this. They're getting a seemingly positive trade. I guess the trade is... I don't know, the trade is like looking a more even now. Which would imply that the rally is being filled a bit better. But you can't do this with a rally, right? You can't have 5 or 6 people, 5 or 6 giant whales join a rally. You're having your average, you know, 60, 70, 80 million power people join this rally, and they're taking deads. But on the Song side, only their whales. I mean, like, this dude can lose so much power. This dude can lose so much power, and it won't change a single friggin' thing about this entire war. So this is nice, man. This is really nice. The way they have just these giant whales here filling this fort. That's really cool. That's very, very cool. I mean, granted, they could have done this by backflagging at their pass. Like, not saying they couldn't have not done this at the pass too, but this is pretty cool. ZFT Gaming, should I get my hospitals to 23 to 24 or get my wall from 24 to 25 and to tech upgrades? I would rush the wall and rush Academy 25 ZFT. Yeah. I mean, hospitals are like important, but they're not as important as getting your research going. Because like, you always want to have a research going, right? You always want to have something happening in your academy, because then you're just like more efficiently using the time that exists in the universe. Yeah, this is like a pretty demoralizing situation for 1846, as it would be for any kingdom. This would be demoralizing for any kingdom. You're taking probably a losing trade, or maybe an even trade. You're taking Oh, you're not really taking too many AoE deads. You're taking a few AoE deads here and there. This Nevsky just got AoE deaded. Jed's dead. But you know, you're probably taking a pretty like middling trade on this rally. And you're just like, all you're doing is wearing down these whales. Which is not like the worst thing ever. Because I mean, you have to wear them down at some point. In most cases, but it's still tough. It's still really tough. I see why they're not swarming. I totally understand why they're not swarming. I mean, one, there's a Heraclius in the garrison. And two, one, there's a Heraclius in the garrison. And two, you're swarming against giant whales who don't care. It does need to be noted that, well, I mean, I guess Jadwiga YSS really isn't that much worse than John Hera. I mean, honestly. It's very interesting that these big kingdoms just don't swap. They just start with the Xeno YSS or with the Xeno Hera, the Jan Hera, whatever it may be. They start with the anti-swarm garrison. They don't swap to the anti-swarm garrison when the swarm starts. They start with the anti-swarm garrison. I find that very interesting. Because I want to be more slick than that. I want to start with the anti-rally garrison, and I want to swap to the anti-swarm garrison when the swarm begins. But it's interesting to me that Imperium kingdoms feel they cannot get away with that. If anybody's watching the stream in 1846, I would love to get some battle reports. ZFT Gaming says, I'm always researching but never building because of lack of RSS. Yeah, ZFT, I mean, I can tell ZFT that you're a very active player, and so I assume that you fight quite a bit in, you fought quite a bit in your recent KvK. But you really don't want resources to be your bottleneck. Like, it's tough to have resources be your bottleneck. Although I certainly know as a growing player, resources were sometimes my bottleneck as well. But yeah, just get some farms going. You might as well get some farms going now. Like 2 or 3 farms. Oh, I need to find, I'm gonna try to message this Red Hulk guy and see if I can get a battle report here. I'm sure these guys are getting bothered by like a lot of people, but it is what it is. Because he was in Sin. All right, that's my first time ever messaging a player asking them for a battle report. The channel be growing. Algebra, I wonder if that rally is trading positive. I wonder that as well. It should be. I mean, the rally's capacity is probably lower than 3 million. So that's going to hurt the trade for sure. But I mean, I would think that a Tariq Sargon that's not getting swarmed is going to do really well against a Jan Hera. I would think it would do really well. It looked like it did okay. You know, like it looked like the health bars went down about evenly. But I mean, it's also good. I mean, I have to say, it's also good that Song is just losing Cav here. you know, because the thing is, like, Cav right now is really just a garrison. Cav's just a garrison and an open field troop type. Like, Cav rallies really have no role in the game right now. And so the only way to kill your Cav troops is through garrisons. So it's quite good that Song is just losing Cav right now. You know, Cav's like the first troop type you want to be losing. And now, you know, the rally ends and Song is showing some good presence, pushing out, you know, disrupting any ball that 1846 had a moment ago. They are collapsing that ball. They're making it that much more onerous for 1846 to get set up for the next rally. So I think what I'm seeing here is that Song can defend this fort for a very long time. Very, very long time. And so I think what you have to do, I think you got to go here. Oh, they are burning this fort now. Okay. So that's the thing, right? Song is not able to defend this fort. I wish we had seen the rally on this fort. I don't know if there was a defense or not. But the fact that 1846 can burn this fort is very significant. It's very, very significant. Because I can almost guarantee you they're going to get through these two forts sooner than they do any sort of real damage to these forts. Like, this fort is probably not going to burn for the next, like, 12 hours, would be my guess. As long as these whales stay online, this fort's not going to burn for the next 12 hours. So you got to start setting up the double rally, you know? You got to start thinking now about the double rally. It's going to take a couple days. It's going to literally take a couple days to get it set up. And Song could build even more forts. They could block you in even more. You know, you might have to go... You're just going to have to go around. 1846 is going to have to go so far around. They're going to have to clear out this green. They're going to almost have to come back here. They're going to have to destroy some of this teleport space. Because Song can just back fort here. They've already got one back fort, but they can build more back forts coming up here to the north, protecting this flank. So it's going to take a while to set up the double rally, but I think that's what we're in for. I think that's what we are ultimately going to see. It's going to be a couple days from now, but I think that's what we're going to end up seeing. And Song is just delaying. You know, they're just delaying in every way they can. Like, the longer they delay, the better it is for them, the more they accomplish. And they're getting a bunch of open field kills in the process. They're depleting the open field resources of 1846. I mean, I don't hate this from 1302's perspective. I know when we first connected and I first looked, I hated it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. Give me a minute. I'm gonna grab another IPA. Okay, so HTT is saying that Redline has reports. Yeah, I don't know what the etiquette. Oh, Red Hall cooked me up, so that's cool, HTT. So let's look at these reports here. So this was like, I think this was like I want to figure out what's going on with both of these. Okay, so the other one was earlier. I guess they must have done 2 Tariq rallies. Okay, okay, so positive trade as expected. This is what you expect. It looks like his capacity is very close to 3 million, so he's really not losing very much. That's the swarm, but that's okay. So like basically it's a pretty even, slightly positive trade for the attackers. I'm gonna just freely admit that I am not sharp enough as a content creator at this point to know like what good stats are. Obviously they both have almost maxed iconics. I mean, we're seeing, obviously armaments are a factor here. We could almost dig into this more. Oh, so they only have 1 auxiliary skill at this point. Troops led by this commander gain 10% increased counterattack damage and take 15% less damage. Really good garrison skill. Troops led by this commander gain 20% increased attack and 20% skill damage. Okay. So yeah, 2 good auxiliary skills. Very interesting. Let me make sure this was at the spot we're looking at. Yeah, it was. Okay. Now let's look at the second report. This was the more recent report. I believe this was the report that we just saw. This was the report we just saw. And actually a loss. A loss for the offense here. All those whales. Yeah, you see the rains are not like amazing. You can see the rains are not amazing. They're good. But there's some swarming happening. There's some counter rallies happening. I mean, the rains are alright. The rains are they're okay. They're okay. But interesting. So the Jan Ziska Heraclius cavalry garrison does manage to trade slightly positive against the meta infantry rally in terms of the best rally you can have if you're not getting swarmed. How did it do versus swarm? So there's the counter rally. The counter rally did well. That's why you have to swarm down the counter rally. Positive swarm from the Guan. Positive swarm from the Boods. Nebu and Tommy. XY William, negative swarm here. And these are going down to 0, by the way. So even swarm, Nevsky Joan, even swarm, going down to 0. Scipio Tariq, positive swarm, going down to 0, only starting with 228. Yeah, so I mean, Tariq Sargon can definitely be swarmed. But by the same token, you keep that swarm protected. And, so very interesting. Let's look at the rains on that first one. The rains on the first one are pretty choppy also. I guess they look a little bit better. But yeah, interesting. Interesting that the 2 rallies were so different. Yeah, HTT, I appreciate that. Yeah, in that case, on that rally, I did get the report, so we might be good to go. But thanks for doing double duty, my man. We're going up against the big names in the live streaming game. I'm just a modest I'm just a modest R4 who makes very good ROK videos, who's trying to do a little live streaming as well. You know, we're just doing it. We're just doing our thing. Growing slowly. Everybody hanging out tonight is really helping me out a lot. This is like a wonderful confidence boost to have, like, you know, double-digit viewers while a bunch of other people are streaming the same content. Really feeling good about that. Really appreciate everybody hanging out. And yeah, like the stream if you haven't hit the thumbs up button yet. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I have another video planned by tomorrow morning, and I will also be live streaming our Ark of Osiris Fog of War match in the morning. So lots of big things happening on the channel. And lots of big things happening in Rise of Kingdoms. We are in that transition phase where some of these legacy juggernauts, like 1254 and 1307 and 1093, are being tested in a way they really haven't been tested in a long time. That's not to say that 1093 has not had tough KvKs recently, but they were allied with 960 in the last one. And in this one, they're a little bit more on their own, going right up against 1307. There's talk of some people leaving the game, but at the same time, there, in my opinion, are some very, very clear signals that ROK has a long and bright future ahead of it. And so, as some people are leaving, there are also many of us who are doubling down on our commitment to the game and doubling down on how much success we want to have in the game. Because I don't think Call of Dragons is going to kill Rise of Kingdoms. I don't think any other kingdom builders are going to kill Rise of Kingdoms. I think it's going to take a lot to unseat Rise of Kingdoms. You're going to need to have a game that is as good as ROK, which I don't really think I don't think Call of Dragons is. You need a game that is as good as Rise of Kingdoms. You need a game that has as big of a community as ROK has. And you need to be like as free-to-play friendly as ROK is, if not more friendly. Because at the end of the day, this game just has a bunch of systems that work well together. And I'm gonna go on a bit of a rant that you might hear 6 months from now in a video, but it is what it is. In ROK, if you spend a lot of money, you can have a very nice impact on the game. And so your money to some extent is well spent. At the same time, if you don't spend much money, if you spend just a moderate amount of money, but you put a lot of time and energy into the game and you play really smart, and you're, for example, like a leader of an alliance or a leader of a kingdom, then that low spender can also have a very big impact on the game. Because this is a very skill-based game that requires a lot of organization and leadership. And you can't, like, money doesn't buy leadership. Money helps leadership, but money does not buy leadership. And if you're free to play, you can devote a lot of time and energy to the game, and that free-to-play person can also have a big impact. So there are just many different ways to skin a cat, and this game brings together people from different walks of life, people who approach the game differently, but ultimately get very similar things out of it. And that's only possible because like a bunch of different systems in this game work well together. You know, whether it's barb chaining or the way troop deaths interact as a key factor along with like open field deads and speed ups, or open field sev wounds and speed ups, whether it's the way that spenders need to interact with like leadership and organization, whether it's the way that spenders need to rely on free-to-play people to fill up their rallies and garrisons. ZFT Gaming, many ways to skin a cat. Yeah, it's a phrase that means there's many ways to accomplish the same thing. So what I mean in ROK is that there's many ways to have fun in this game. You know, the other thing about this game is that you can be casual, right? Like there's literally kingdoms in this game that are casual. They play this game on a more casual level and they have fun with that. They have fun with the team building and socialization aspects that happen in more casual kingdoms. I'm a little surprised 1846 has not rallied again. Here they come. Here they come. Woolen coming in. So yeah, I just don't think ROK is going anywhere. Algebra is saying FDP was doing very well when you could spam forts for AP and chain barbs in a huge radius. It's a lot harder nowadays. Is chaining barbs harder? What in? I mean, I know they nerfed the barb rewards slightly in Lost Kingdom, like over a year ago, but I think barb chaining is still basically as effective as it has ever been. And as far as forts for AP, okay, yes, you get less AP from your alliance. Like, you get less AP from your alliance doing forts, but you get more AP from doing forts yourself. So it's a nerf to overall AP, but I don't know that it's a nerf to individual AP if you're an individual that's very dedicated to the game. And even if they have slightly nerfed forts and barbs, even if ROK slightly nerfed those things, it's still way more generous than any other kingdom builder that I know of, right? There's no barb chaining in Call of Dragons, and even some of the other like smaller, like obscure kingdom builders that I've looked at a little bit, my understanding is that there's no barb chaining in those games either. And so to me, I don't see how any of those games ever beats ROK. Like, how do you surpass the existing juggernaut? How do you beat the current champion if you're literally less generous to free to play and low spenders? How do you beat ROK if you're more pay to win and you require everyone to spend more? It makes no sense that you can beat ROK with that strategy. So to beat ROK, or to even come close to ROK, you have to... How is this fort getting hit? How is this fort getting hit? Is it on the same... Oh, is it getting hit from up here? Oh, it's getting hit from up here. Okay, so they can hit both of these forts. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, this fort here is like pretty well defended by some big whales, but it's a little bit... There's a few players who are a little bit smaller. I almost go for this fort instead, but... ZFT Gaming says less barbs spawn. Oh, is that true? I didn't know that. Spark, thanks for hanging out. Algebra, yes, they nerfed the radius barbs could travel when chaining. Yeah, ROK is very free-to-play friendly, which is an important part of the game, honestly. I'm sure on some level Lilith is a little upset about how free-to-play friendly the game is, but I don't think they know what they have, to be honest. I mean, maybe they do, but like the thing is, this game has the potential to last for like another 10 years, right? Because I just described what it would take to beat ROK. It would take a more generous game to beat ROK. It would take a publishing company and a game developer to say, we are literally building for the very long term. We are going to be generous with our players for many years in order to build up a very large player base so that we very gradually make money over an extremely long period of time. And I don't see mobile game developers saying that anytime soon. But until a mobile gaming developer says that, ROK will be king of this area. And, you know, what we are witnessing is a new genre of game emerging. You know, it started with EVE Online. EVE Online is a massively multiplayer war game, but it's a hardcore PC game. Then mobile phones came out. You know, gacha games like Summoner's War became an obvious popular game genre early on in mobile gaming days. But then a game like Lords Mobile came out, which was like a hardcore war game on mobile devices. And it made sense for phones in a certain way because it wasn't like a first-person shooter or a MOBA where you need like that mouse and that keyboard to play it at a high level, or you need at least a console controller to play it at a high level. A slower strategic game like a gacha game or a Lords Mobile, you can play it on a phone and not be at a big competitive disadvantage. So Lords Mobile came out, and then ROK iterated on Lords Mobile as a kingdom builder, a city builder, a massively multiplayer war game, whatever we want to call it. I don't think we figured out the name for it yet. But at this point, we have witnessed a new game genre become popular. It's popular with players, and it is a very commercially successful type of game. And new game genres do not come along that often. And so, you know, it's a pretty big deal. And there's no telling. And the thing is, when a very popular game genre like actually establishes itself, it lasts for like a super long time. It changes everything. I mean, Dota came out and it created MOBAs, and now MOBAs are the biggest thing in the world. Doom came out like 30 years ago, and first-person shooters have been around ever since. You know, it's not like a successful game genre goes away. Game genres stay, and more companies build within that genre. They're trying to get a piece of that pie. So, you know, ROK is really just like the game that has taken kingdom builders to that establishment level. And in my experience, games like that don't go away until something better comes along. Zia Algebra says, oh yeah, ROK is very free-to-play friendly. I think Game of War is what made City Builders mainstream. Okay, yeah, I'm not too familiar with Game of War. I don't know how similar Game of War is to ROK. or like whether Lords Mobile is an iteration on Game of War. I mean, I know there's games like Clash of Clans and stuff, and that's like, I mean, Clash of Clans obviously had like an impact, but I think these sort of games where you can like literally like lose everything you have, like you can literally get zeroed, and you're operating on like a kingdom-wide level, or at least like an alliance of 100 people type level. I think, yeah, I mean, maybe Game of War came before Lords Mobile. I'm not entirely sure. ZFT Gaming, how did I become a YouTuber? Good question. Good question. To make the story not too long, you know, I've always been a fan of RLK content. I'm someone who's always like watched a lot of RLK content. I've watched Chisgul for years, watched Legend Ronnie for years, watched Dragothian for a long time. I actually found out about RLK through Gecko Gaming, because Gecko used to be a Lords Mobile YouTuber, and even though I didn't play Lords Mobile for long, I just continued to subscribe to Gecko, and he made like an RLK video. So I've always watched like a lot of RLK content, and truth be told, I would watch this content and I'd be like, you know, why am I watching someone make this content when I think I could make better content? Like, why am I watching someone else do this? Why don't I just do it myself? If I think I'm better than this person, why am I watching them? And I said that to myself, you know, several hundred times, and eventually decided to make my first video. That was one big reason. The other big reason was just that like our alliance has always done like a lot of like really cool stuff. And on some level I wanted to, you know, create memories of the stuff we were doing. Even back in like my first kingdom, we would be in these like certain fights early on in the game, and I'd be like, man, I really wish I was recording this. I really wish I could like chronicle what we were doing here. I wish this stuff was etched in stone on YouTube. And that also stuck in my mind for years. And if you watch like my first few videos, they're like very directed at my alliance. They're almost like coaching videos for my alliance. So I didn't really have any expectations about it. I just was like, got to a point where like I had to make videos. Like I just like watched other content creators for long enough, and our alliance had done like enough cool stuff that was not recorded, that I was just like, I just had to make videos. Like I just got to like this point where like it was ridiculous for me not to make vids. And so that's how I got started. I got started out of like exhaustion, basically. And then the thing I realized, I didn't realize this right away, because like my first few videos would get like a couple hundred views, like nothing special. But I made a video like maybe like 6 or 7 months after I started streaming or started making videos. I made a video about like an open field fight that then like we turned that open field fight into burning down flags and zeroing a couple of enemies. And I put some like music behind it, and it was like a higher quality video than anything else I had made. And it got like a bunch of views. You know, it got like a couple thousand views. And at that point I realized that if you make a good video, YouTube will spread that video to more people. You know, their algorithm has the goal of keeping people on the platform. So if you make a video that people watch for more than a couple minutes, that's keeping them on the platform for longer. And so YouTube will suggest that video to more and more people. And that was like a huge eye-opener for me, because I'm not someone who has a big social media presence. I'm not like a known gamer. I'm not a known YouTuber. None of that stuff. But I just realized if I make good videos, then YouTube will do the publicity for me. And so that just got me like way more psyched about doing more and more content. And I've just kind of gradually built from there. I do get busy with work sometimes and don't make videos for a long stretch of time, but I'm just slowly getting more and more into it. Algebra says Game of War is very similar. It was more of an individual game. Basically, Wales Rally trap accounts that were built up by smaller spenders, players that specified in city defense. Yeah, that does sound like Lords Mobile Algebra. Lords Mobile is very similar, where it's like, yeah, it's you just rally cities. Like the center of the game is rallying cities. It's not about like building territory gradually. It's just about like zeroing people and destroying cities. So yeah, it does sound, those two games do sound similar. HTT Nation also got into ROK because of Gecko. He made videos of 1077 Civil War, and that ultimately got me interested 2 years or so after I first quit. I don't think 1077 had a civil war. I don't think 1077 had a civil war. But Gecko did make a lot of good videos about Civil War, that's for sure. Matt Bra, I started playing because I was bored at work. Yeah, I mean, like for me, like work is like very intertwined with ROK because I just I'll be like sitting at my PC doing work, and then I'll like take that 5-10 minute break to like see what's happening in the kingdom, send out my gatherers, launch a couple of Barb Fort rallies. And so I'm very like efficient in the game as a result of being able to take those 5-10 minute breaks from work and do some stuff in the game on a, you know, non-continuous basis throughout the day, day after day. Give me 1 second. Yeah, I mean, like if I had a different job, like if I had a very different job where like I couldn't get online for 8 hours a day, I don't know that I would still play this game, honestly. I'm really not sure. HTT, I think the first time I installed, I was on YouTube and saw an ad and was like, yeah, this game can't be good, so I installed it for the lulz, and then deleted it 2 days later. Yeah, HTT, my goal, or my 100% plan was that I was going to download the game, play it for like a day, and then quit the game because I knew it would be like a time suck, and just feel good about myself because I quit the game. Like, that's something I had done many times. I actually tweeted about that years ago, about how like I enjoyed the process of starting to play a game, having fun, realizing it was a time suck, and then quitting. Like, that's something that I did, and that was 100% my plan in ROK. I was like training to be a stenographer at the time. You know, I was like learning this like very difficult skill of stenography, and I was just gonna like, and I was like in a really good productive place in my life, honestly. I wasn't gaming at all. I hadn't gamed for years when I started playing ROK, so I was being like a very, very productive person. But then like the game was really good, and then like I said, Addy was like a good leader. I was like, oh, this guy's actually a good leader. Like, this game is like way better than I thought, and this dude is actually a good leader. I guess I'll keep playing. I guess I'll keep playing a little bit longer. You know? And here we are 5 years later. ZFT Gaming. That's how I was in a different game, and I made a channel. I switched from game to game though, so I could never stick with it and with one game. Yeah, ZFT, for me, I do tend to stick with one game. Like, I played Quake 3 for a number of years way back in the day. I was like a semi-professional Quake 3 player in the early days of esports. I dabbled in Counter-Strike and Return to Castle Wolfenstein as well, but that's because I was like an esports journalist back then, so I wanted to understand those games. And then, you know, then I stopped gaming for many years because I played poker for a living, and that was a game. But then I got into Dota. I played Dota 2 for like 4 or 5 years. And then now I've played ROK for like 5 years as well. So I'm more of like a stick to one game type of person. But as you can see from the games that I just listed, I only stick to games that are really good. Which is both a blessing and a curse. I mean, before Rise of Kingdoms, the only game I really played was World of Tanks. I played World of Tanks on my Xbox. And, you know, for me, that was like healthy gaming. That was like the healthiest time in my life as a gamer. Because with World of Tanks, I could just like log on for like an hour, sit on my couch, play with my controller. You know, you just play like these like 5 to 10 minute matches. It's not a big deal. It's like kind of competitive. You like pay attention to your stats and stuff. You pay attention to like your kill death ratio and like what percentage of matches you win. But it's not like real serious. It's just like, it's chill. It's chill. And so I was in a good place with gaming as far as that went, but with ROK, I don't know. I got quite hardcore about it. It is what it is. I'm a lifelong gamer, so you know, if people follow this channel, I do plan to be a YouTube content creator for a long time. So if people follow this channel, I think one thing you're going to get a sense of is you're going to get a sense of the ups and downs of being like a lifelong gamer, because it does have its pluses, but it also has its minuses. It really does affect your life a lot. So, yeah. I mean, ROK is a more fun game than World of Tanks, but it also takes up a lot more time and energy than World of Tanks. Would I be better off still just sitting on my couch playing World of Tanks? Maybe. I mean, the thing is, like, this is the kind of time when I would be playing World of Tanks. Like a Friday evening, having a couple beers, that's exactly when I would play World of Tanks. This is the exact time of the week that I would play it. So, I mean, personally, I'm having just as much fun, and I'm pretty much just as relaxed sitting here live streaming some KvK content, ranting about games and about life, and chatting with y'all. I mean, this is just as good as World of Tanks, if not better. And ROK has a lot more to offer than just this. Poker for a living, did you play global poker like sweepstakes? ZFT, I played like much longer ago, like a lot longer ago. I played from like 2004 until about 2015. So I never played on global poker, which I assume is GG poker. Is global poker and GG poker the same thing? No, I didn't play like sweepstakes. I just played like, you know, for real money, you know. Some people win, some people lose. I mean, I mainly played on, let's see, I played on party poker, and then I played on Pacific poker briefly. I got like a government rebate check in like 2005 for like $1,500. I put that on Pacific poker and like won a couple of tournaments. And so then I had a bankroll, and I turned pro later on in 2005 and played professionally for about 10 years after that. So I played on sites like Poker Stars, Full Tilt Poker, and then a site called Bovada after that. You had to change what sites you played on because the United States banned online poker back in 2006, and it's still banned today. It's legal in a few states. It's legal here in Nevada for one, but online poker is way different and way worse than it used to be because there are like real-time solvers. There are bots that are extremely good at the game. Bots are essentially better at poker than human beings are now. So online poker is rife with cheating and with people using solvers to help them play. So I don't play online poker any longer. I instead drive to one of the casinos nearby, since I live in Las Vegas. ZFT, I would play for real money. The thing is, if you wrote an envelope and sent it to the website, they would give you $5 to play with. Yeah, no, I played for like, you know, just like you send money from your bank account or you pay with a credit card. And then when you win enough, you, like way back in the day, you could like use these intermediaries like NetTeller, and you would like withdraw the money from the poker site to a site like NetTeller, and then NetTeller would send it to your bank account. But then the US government banned online poker in the United States. And so what they did to ban it was they just like restricted banks from processing any poker related transactions. And so then at that point, these poker sites would like mail you a check, or they would like send you your winnings via cryptocurrencies, which is how like so many poker players got into crypto early. So I would send thousands of envelopes. I ended up losing most games, but I made money because of how cheap the envelopes are. If you spend the $5 you get from the envelope, you can take it to your bank. That's awesome, dude. That is awesome, bro. I love it. I love it, dude. I love that hustling type stuff. I love that hustling type stuff. Yeah, I think like a few months ago in our Alliance chat, I like shared a tweet from a old school poker pro who was like, if you live in the state of Massachusetts, this is actually relevant for Matt Ba if he's still listening, because I believe he lives in Massachusetts. This old school poker pro was like, if you live in Massachusetts, you should open up accounts at every sports book you can right now, every legal sports book you can right now, because the bonuses are like completely out of control. So yeah, I mean, there's always free money out there. I ended up getting like 50K. Okay, so this is EFT Gaming. I ended up getting like 50K from envelopes and spent maybe 6K on the envelopes. It was a real racket. That I love, dude. That's awesome, man. That is so awesome. That's a great idea. I never heard of anything like that. I've heard of a lot of hustles. I've done a lot of hustles, but I've never heard of that one. That's dope. Is that still possible? I mean, usually ZFT, did you have to like play on the poker site for a certain amount of time? I assume you had to like funnel that money through actually playing before they allowed you to withdraw it. Matt Ba, yeah, I did DraftKings and FanDuel. Yeah, I think all those but I mean DraftKings and FanDuel have been around for a long time. Didn't Massachusetts just legalize? Oh, they probably had new bonuses this year or whatever. Yeah, I mean, there's just like so many hustles out there. They call it bonus whoring, like bonus whoring sports books and bonus whoring poker sites. That's always something that is viable when a new state legalizes those activities. And there's also like a lot of stuff in crypto, right? Like the airdrop meta in crypto is really good too. You figure out which new platforms are going to be successful and which new platforms haven't airdropped things yet. And then you're active on those platforms. And then if things work out, you get some very big airdrops. I think it is still possible. I only quit because it took so much time. Yes, you had to play all the money. And once you bet all the money, you could take out all you ended up with. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting, ZFT. I'll have to, I might look into that if I find the time. It's probably not in the US. I'm guessing, ZFT, you're in another country than the US. You could get $100 and win 1 cent, but you played all the money. Then you could put the 101 in your bank. Yeah, they call that rollover. You know, obviously you had to roll over your $100. All right, rally incoming on this DIH fort. This one is interesting. They should be able to swarm this down, right? Yeah. They can just swarm this thing down. Heraclius Primary. Interesting. Oh, you're in the US? Well, I will have to look into the sweepstakes poker stuff. But congrats on making that kind of money. That's awesome. Yeah, I would like to, I really want to find the time to play more poker. I want to get back into it. I think the games have gotten, like, better. Like, poker was in a tough place a few years ago, because, like, it was just, like, getting tougher and tougher all the time. But I think what happened is that, like, a lot of, like, YouTubers started vlogging about poker, and poker YouTube has become, like, a pretty big deal. And I think that brought, like, a lot of new people into poker. It brought a lot of, like, recreational players into it. And I get the impression that poker is a bit easier nowadays than it was 5 or 6 years ago. So I really should play more often. I mean, when I do play, the games are pretty good. I haven't done that great. I don't know how good I play these days, but yeah, I do need to play more cards for sure. I went over and played poker a few times during the last KvK because what I could do was I could, I could sit at the table, I could play cards, I could talk to the people at the table, but like in between hands, I could go and like chain some barbs. Like I was going around chaining barbs while I played poker, and that felt pretty efficient to me. I felt like I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone on that one. Because if I just sit here at my PC and chain barbs, I'm like definitely wasting time, you know? I'm like really not doing anything. I'm chaining barbs and maybe like watching YouTube or something. But if I go and play poker and make an hourly playing poker, and I'm chaining barbs at the same time, that's pretty efficient. For me, that's pretty efficient. Oops. Yeah, ZFT, it's interesting that you're kind of involved in the hustling world as well. You know, I don't know what direction this channel is going to go exactly. It's obviously very Rise of Kingdoms focused at this moment. And I did just go on a long rant about how I think Rise of Kingdoms is going to last for a very long time. At the same time, I do think there is potential in blockchain gaming. I think there will be some, you know, NFT-based games that do well. And I think there will be some money, there's going to be some money to be made in some of those blockchain games. And I think a content creator, someone who has a channel, someone who can both move eyeballs to those games, but also like potentially like build an alliance in these games. You know, I think there's going to be some opportunities to have a side hustle by playing some blockchain games. It happened a couple years ago with Axie Infinity briefly, but I think the potential will exist in the future as well. So one future of this channel is that I just keep playing Rise of Kingdoms. But another future of this channel is that I transition to playing some kingdom builder type blockchain games where there are like real money stakes involved. We'll see what happens. That's what I do right now. I'm listening to you while I chain barbs. Yeah, man. You know, that's the other reason why you asked me why I started being a YouTuber. That's the other reason, is because whenever I'm doing like grindy stuff in this game, whether it's marauders or chaining barbs or just going through my my daily tasks at the beginning of the day, or like doing Golden Kingdom or something like that, you know? Like when I'm doing Golden Kingdom, I am inevitably watching somebody on YouTube, and I do enjoy watching like Rise of Kingdom streamers when I'm doing stuff in ROK. So like I've always known there are other people like me out there, and so I was like, well, I could just like make content for those people. I can just make content for the people who watch like tons of ROK content, you know? I can make like slightly like more serious, more like expert focused content, because like there's a bunch of people like me out there. And part of the joy of live streaming is knowing that I'm providing sort of like side entertainment for people who are busy grinding on their own. Let me just check on what else is. Let me check how the stream's doing here. Connect to my own stream here. 24 likes, fantastic, love it, thank you all. I have to imagine the music is playing properly here, and it does seem like the delay is not too bad. Let's see, Mattbot just said something in chat. Let's see when it's chiseled on the screen. Recycling armaments at the moment. Yeah, that's the thing, dude. Like, there are like certain utterly boring things in this game that I hopefully will never do on stream, but I make no promises, right? Like recycling armaments, doing barb camps, like setting up. Here's the one that I have a question about recently, right? I need to get my alt set up for like doing marauders, right? My plan is to do marauders on my main until I drop to about 40k AP. So like on my main, I'm probably gonna have to do marauders for like 10 hours or something. But I want to get my alt set up to do marauders on its own. So I will have to like make new gear. I'll have to put armaments on the marches. I'll have to set up the marches. I might even have to skill up a couple more commanders to level 60. Like stuff like that, I'm like, should I do that on stream, or is that like way too boring to ever do on stream? And I've not come to a decision yet. But yeah, like recycling armaments, I hope I never recycle armaments on stream. Although it is straight up something that I absolutely did like 2 days ago. ZFT Gaming, I have been an accomplished YouTuber before, and I want to start an ROK channel. The thing is, I'm afraid that I will quit the game or not be good enough to entertain. I have a confidence issue. I played other games and I was very good at them, so I was entertaining. But I don't think I'll be entertaining enough to do rock. Yeah, those are some very interesting thoughts, ZFT. Because I do think like part of why I'm like a pretty good content creator for rock is because I have played the game for 5 years and I like know the game very well. I mean, what I would say is that I think your approach is correct. I have the same approach. I believe that to be a content creator, you do kind of need to bring something special to the table. I think it's a little bit, I think it will be a little bit arrogant to think that like, you can just like not have any particular expertise in what you're doing and be like a good content creator anyway. And definitely like now that I am a content creator, I very much value the fact that I have played this game for so long and like I have observed its entire history, and I've like also accomplished things in the game that I can like talk about and reference and use as receipts. But like the ZFT, the one thing I'll say though is that like there's a lack of people making like early game content, right? Like, and there's a huge audience. There's a huge audience for early game content. I see when other content creators make content that's like sort of oriented towards the early game, that like it could potentially be appealing to an early game audience, that content does very well. And when I think about making such content, what I ultimately conclude is that I don't know anything about the early game. I know very, very little about the early game, and I can't talk about it with any sort of expertise. And so I could make videos that are about the early game, and I could probably give like okay information, especially if I really sat down and thought it through. But yeah, I don't have the confidence to make early game videos because I just don't know anything about it anymore. I have nothing special about my account. 12 inches of free-to-play god. Chisgle's an insane player. I just don't have a thing that makes me distinguished. Yeah, I mean, the thing that you can do, one is early game stuff, and two, you can tell the story of your kingdom. Like, the videos I have that have done the best are me just telling stories about what our kingdom did. And anybody can do that. Like, anyone can do that. You can tell the story of what your kingdom did. And if you tell that story fairly well, now granted, this requires you to be a good editor, and you have to like edit videos, because nobody wants to see an unedited story of what your kingdom did. But if you can tell a good story of what your kingdom did, people will watch that video because one, it is very good content, and two, hardly anyone is doing that. Like, virtually no one other than myself is making like storytelling videos about what their kingdom did in ROK. Like, almost no one is doing that. So there's certainly a market there for more people to do it, and that's something that you could distinguish yourself with. I used to play trading games, and I was extremely good at it, and trading in the game was very popular, so it worked out well. The game just doesn't have anything I expertise in. Yeah, I mean, ROK is not that complicated. Like, I don't think anybody really expertises in... There's very few experts in this game. There's people like myself who have general expertise, but many people can achieve that. I don't know. It just depends on if you want to do it or not, ultimately. If it's something you find fun to do, then it's worth doing. If it's something you have to like really push yourself and drag yourself to do, then it's not worth doing. I mean, I think the monetary rewards of being a YouTube content creator are like pretty minor. You have to do it for like the love of what you're doing. And that has to be kind of first and foremost. Like, ultimately, I like, you know, being like an influential figure in the community. Not that I'm very influential at this point, but I like having a bit of a voice. I like the idea that if like a controversial issue or a debatable issue comes up in the future, I like the fact that I can have my say. I like telling the stories of my alliance, and I like building a community here on the channel and in these live streams. You know, for me, this is like a social activity that we're doing right now. So those are the reasons that I create content. I don't... It certainly helps that I have certain talents for it, that I have knowledge about the game, and I have like a good voice for it. That helps. And I also have like a good account. You know, I have a good account that can do a lot in the game. Those things certainly help. And if I hadn't had some degree of success, I can't say for sure that I would have kept at it this long. But I don't know that you have to be particularly distinguished. If you like put in a lot of work and make good videos, that will distinguish you. But I hear what you're saying, and I think you're making very good points about if you don't have something special, if you don't have expertise, then you may not have the confidence to do stuff. I think that's a very good way of thinking about things, and I think a lot of people don't think that way, and that's why, you know, there's a lot of mediocrity out there in the world. All right, so Song is rallying here. Let's try to lock in a little bit on what's going on here. It looks like Song is, like, you know, establishing more of an open field presence than they had back at 9 a.m. It is now, let's see, what time is it in China now? It is now 11 a.m. in China on a Saturday. So Song is definitely rolling into their uptime. And lo and behold, they are putting some pressure on this 1846 flag. So at the very least, Song has established a stable base of operations from which they can do damage most certainly for the next 12 hours during their uptime, and which is not going to be burnt down in the next 24 hours. Although we have to consider the fact that down here, see, 1846 has shifted down here, is what's happened. To some extent. They're focused on keeping this thing burnt, which is the correct thing to do. Definitely the correct thing to do. You destroy these flags, and you start setting up a double rally, while at the same time eliminating some of Song's teleport space. I should have paid attention to who that rally lead was and asked for a report. My bad. Another rally coming in. I guess this is on the city. This dude's like taking some city rallies today. ZFT says, a big reason I think this way is because I've done YouTube again, and I realize that you can do good as a normal YouTuber, but being distinguished helps boost your channel so much. Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I think the best way to grow your channel is to make really good videos. That's my plan anyway. Just make really good videos. And mix it up with live streams, because I do think that live streams help boost your subscriber numbers as well. But I mean, I think you have the right point of view. I really do. I definitely go for quality over quantity, you know? Anyway, sorry for all these messages I'm sending. I just got caught up in my thoughts. You know, the first two YouTubers who answered me. Oh yeah, dude, for sure, man. I mean, I love these in-depth conversations that can happen on smaller live streams. I've had like really long conversations with ROK YouTubers as well. I've had like long conversations with Skywalker and with Dragothian. I think it's great. I think it's good for everybody. It's good for, you know, you can certainly like say things and express yourself, and I can communicate those to everybody else. I then have someone to talk to, and we can go back and forth and have an interesting conversation. And then that's good for the audience as well. I mean, as someone who has been like a chatter on YouTube for a long time, and on Twitch before that, I certainly understand the value of streamers who like really like read every comment and like try to interact with every comment. I won't say that I will always interact with every comment, but that is my plan. I totally think that the way we move forward in the world is to have good conversations. I think that some level of dissonance and disagreement is a valid way of communicating and moving forward. And so I enjoy that dialectic that takes place in these chats. So 1846 had their flag burn, but now they're pushing back. I mean, the thing is, this is just like such an interesting time, man. In this war, this is such an interesting point. Because like neither side has accepted that the other side controls the open field. Control of the open field is an open dispute. And that's when you get these really good fights. Because they are in fact fighting for something. They're fighting for control. Just a tip you can take or leave. Thumbnails are key. Have a very interesting and colorful one and a nice short title that says like past 6 rally and then this happened or something intriguing helps. Yeah, I appreciate that. Somebody else was kind of like saying my thumbnails could use some work. I mean, I do put a decent amount of effort into the thumbnails, I'll say. On the videos, it's a little bit like I just take like a clip from the video and put text over it. But I mean, like if you look at like my thumbnail for this video, right? It's literally like art that I created in Midjourney, which is an AI art program. So I mean, I am trying to make good thumbnails for sure. You know, I'm like working with Midjourney. I'm trying to make some nice backgrounds. I have found some free ROK graphics and thrown some commanders on there. I think my thumbnails are okay. I think that my thumbnails are like mid. They're not like very good, but they're not bad either. I think my thumbnails are mid. I will definitely work on them. I need to think about what I need to do better. I think I need to make the text a little bit better, bigger. Because you are right. You're 100% right. YouTube wants people to click on the video. It's very important that people click on the video. So your thumbnail and your title have to be good. They want people to watch the video for a long time, so you have to make a good video, but they also want people to click on it. If you make a good video that people don't click on, YouTube's going to stop suggesting it. And that's really annoying. That's really, really annoying. I have 180% ignored all requests for pits being built in our farm alliances today. I've been fully focused on the stream. They were throwing out requests for a new pit in F hours ago. I didn't do a damn thing about that. And I see now that Shiv over an hour ago requested a pit in H. And I haven't done a damn thing about that either. I'm in my lane, unbothered, moisturized. So they're just here fighting over open field control. They have not agreed on who gets to control the open field at 11 a.m. in China, middle of the night in Europe, late night in the US. They have just not agreed on who has open field right now. In a couple hours, I will predict that Song has the open field. But for now, it remains in doubt. When people get on YouTube, they don't press on a dark and gray thumbnail with a basic title. I thought I made the title decent for this stream. My thumbnail is dark, but it is not gray. Ronnie, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We are speccing a big KvK at an interesting point. The underdog is making a bit of progress. They are burning a flag and a fort. So, yeah, this is interesting. Ronnie, awesome. Love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. Really appreciate it. That is why I'm doing this, right? I'm doing it so that people enjoy my content, and I'm also doing it so that people discover my content and the audience grows. So that's great to hear. I'm not saying this video's thumbnail is bad. I'm just saying what people are interested in. Yeah. No, I hear you, man. I hear you 100%. Yeah, no, I'm just thinking out loud about my own stuff, you know. My thumbnail game could get a little bit better, but I do think I'm doing some interesting things. If you want to see mine, I have you on phone and killing people on my iPad. Yeah, I mean, do you have a... How would you be able to share it, Ronnie? Yeah, but this is why, like, war in this game is so interesting, because it's not like a... It is not linear. Like, it is not remotely linear. There are ups and downs. There are, like, absolute ups and downs, right? I mean, earlier today, 1302 lost all of the territory they flagged. All the flags they had earlier have been replaced by this neon green farm coalition that WIB is also part of. And it looked bad. They had a couple key players get zeroed. It was not great. It was not great. But they set up this janky defense over here, nowhere near their passes. And they've managed to basically get their fort, keep their fort at 100%. And now they're pushing back. Now they're pushing back on this hard to defend fort and this hard to defend flag. And their open field control is extending into this, for us as spectators, this truly fantastic narrow lane here where there are no cities. There are absolutely no cities here. So this is a true mano-a-mano type of open field fight. And for a moment, 1302 is winning. You know what, Ronnie? I'll take a flyer and check it out real quick. So guys, we'll come back to this fight. We will definitely come back here. But let's just briefly see what else is happening in the world of Rise of Kingdoms. Because there's never just one fight. There's always many. Oh, he's in Orleans as well. Okay. Yeah, Matt, that's a great spot. That's a great spot for an open field fight that actually sort of matters. All right, what am I doing here? All right. 873 243. Okay. Okay. It's good to know that this KvK is going on, man. I appreciate you letting me know about this because it's always good to have like another KvK that we could spectate. Especially if it's like a close fight. I'm not going to stay here for too long just because it would take me a little time to like figure out exactly what's happening. But I'm gonna write down like what you said so that I like have this in my back pocket and it's something that I can take a look at in the coming days. So I appreciate that, Ronnie. I don't know if we see your city here. I'll look for your city for a second. But yeah, I'm gonna go back to the other one just because like that was like a really good fight that we had going on. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry, I'm just messing with a couple things here. I always just like looking to see who else is live streaming. Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes I am confused about where the audience goes, I'll be honest. But 2060-41 has a fake King Bob. Well, at least we have the real King Bob, right? People who are newer to 770, they kind of they may underestimate how valuable and important King Bob has been. A year or so ago, when we weren't necessarily as close with the Koreans, King Bob was like one of the key. He really was like great at keeping the vibes good in like Kingdom chat. You know, King Bob was like the main vibe creator in Kingdom chat for a very long time. Which seems like it's not a big deal now because I think the vibes between the two alliances are extremely good. But you just never know. You never know what would have happened if like King Bob and Sun didn't exist. Like where would the kingdom be if King Bob and Sun weren't around? Could Captain and Addy have held it together? We'll never have to find out. 1846, pushing back now. This thing yins and yangs as some players refresh. I realize I've been going simple graphics the whole time. Do I dare go full graphics? I bet I can handle it. I probably should have been going full graphics this whole stream. Y'all should have told me. Why didn't anyone tell me that I should be going non-simplified graphics? You guys know I'm new at this. I don't know what I'm doing. I literally play this game on simplified graphics 99% of the time. I don't know what I'm doing. I find it like a little bit easier to like figure out what's going on with simplified graphics. Like it's easier to count the marches. You could change it back. Well, Metbuy, you do buy gold chests, so I think you're supposed to be an S. Pretty much every other gold chest buyer in the kingdom is an S, so do with that information what you will. I mean, for those who aren't in 770, like one of the biggest accomplishments that our alliance has achieved is that we have managed to like keep a lot of very skilled players spending all their time in our alliance. Like, there are a lot of very skilled ROK players who are 24/7 in the Handsome Devils, despite the fact that we drop very few gold chests, whereas the other alliance, the Korean alliance, drops a ton of gold chests. And undoubtedly, they would allow our top players to live in their alliance permanently. But we have somehow managed to hoodwink all these very good players to stay in the Handsome Devils and not get any gold chests. It's honestly it's honestly possibly the best testament to our the quality of our alliance more than anything else. Sometimes the darkness is more welcoming than the light. We've never really had someone who's like very active in our Discord chat, but who also lives in the Korean alliance. We've never really had a person who did that. I'm trying to think if there's been anyone who has been like that. Yeah, not really. We've never really had someone who like socialized with us but lived with the Koreans. It would be interesting. I'm not quite sure how we would treat that person. I mean, I guess we would basically treat them the same, but it would be, but in the back of my mind, I would think differently about them. I don't chase GC, is not worth it. I've been in second alliances my whole ROK life. Oh, me too. I've never been in a main alliance in my life. Yeah, it's interesting. I have a warped view of the whole gold chest thing because I do very well in Mightiest Governors. As a garrison captain and as a leader, I have gotten rewarded with quite a few free gold heads over the years through Mightiest Governor. I was actually adding it up last night. I've won in the last 18 months. I've won 1 MG. I think I've gotten second in 2, so that's 360 gold heads. I'm gonna get 60 gold heads this time. That's 420. I think I've gotten 40 gold heads maybe twice. So that's 500 gold heads. I've gotten about 500 gold heads from Mightiest Governor in the last 18 months or so. And that does take the sting out of not getting many gold chests. You know, thinking about my own life, if I were living in an Imperium kingdom and getting essentially 0 heads from Mightiest Governors versus living in 770 and getting 500 gold heads from Mightiest Governors, that does make up for a fair number of gold chests right there. That's 500,000 gems of value. But that's me. Not everybody has gotten as many gold heads from MG as I have. I mean, we work on contribution, and so I guess in an Imperium, I presumably would get some gold heads because I contributed a lot. I'm gonna have to ask Eli how many gold heads, or I'm gonna have to ask Eli what place he got in Mightiest Governor in 1079 based on his contribution. Because I believe he was a top 10 contributor in their last KvK. So I'm curious what that meant for him MGE wise. I'm actually very curious about that. Because they obviously have a bunch of whales who must feel like, hey, you know, I spend a lot of money. Give me the MGE heads. I'm going to stop buying armament bundles and save to buy some goldies for events. All right, that's cool. That's cool. I give no one. I don't like giving feedback at all on spending. So I can see reasons for both. So it's like, yeah. I mean, my impression, Algebra, is that you have certainly reached a point with armaments, knowing only your cav armaments. But just based on the cav armaments that you showed me, my impression is that you have reached a level of armaments where it's kind of rare that you get an upgrade. And once you reach that point, it certainly is harder to spend on armaments. I get the impression that Chisgul doesn't really spend that much on armaments anymore. You know, just based on what he said on his stream, it seems like he's like pretty burnt out on buying those bundles, which is pretty interesting. Because I do think armaments are pretty damn fun. I only spend on tech, imagine buying bundles for real. I've been buying the daily special bundles lately. I maxed William like a couple days ago. I maxed William from daily special bundles. And now I'm working on Guan. So I'm likely going to have Guan maxed as well before we start fighting in the next KvK. And so yeah, I mean, the special bundles are pricey, you know. Dropping $5 a day is not nothing. It's not nothing. But I'm feeling okay about it. Because essentially, the daily special bundles are allowing me to max Guan and William before the next KvK. Whereas if I didn't buy those bundles, they would not be maxed. So that seems like pretty good value. But as far as armaments go, I'm kind of done as well. I might buy a few here and there, but I'm kind of done. My Willie is 5553. He's my favorite cav. Yeah, I'm glad I finally maxed him. I should have maxed him a long time ago, but whatever. I'm glad I got him done. He's definitely great. LeQuex, welcome to the stream. I'm doing well, man. I hope you're doing well too. How's everything? We've just had, you know, we've had a long stream here, but I'm feeling quite good about it, actually. I'm feeling quite good about this stream. The viewership has been in double digits almost the whole time. The chat has been really good. I have not run out of things to say. I think I have been relatively entertaining. I can't say that I'm trying that hard. So I'm not being that funny. But I just have enough stream of consciousness thoughts about ROK that I think I'm being relatively entertaining. And perhaps best of all, because I'm talking so much, I'm actually only through like 1.5 beers. I cracked open my first beer before the stream even started. Before it even started. So almost 4 hours ago. And I have only gotten through a beer and a half. So that is a very sustainable model for the long term. Not to say that I will have beers on every stream, but there are some Friday evenings where I do want to crack open a cold one. And if I'm drinking this slow, then I'm going to stay coherent for a while. Brian for Prez. Bro. Dude. I am not settling for president, dude. I want to be king. I want to be king, Ronnie. Did you see all the dope threads that King Charles was wearing the other day, man? I want to rock out like that. I want some of King Charles's garb. Let's go, man. I want to be king. President. I don't want no 8-year thing. I want the stats forever. Plus 5% attack. Plus 5% defense. Plus 5% health. Shit. Show me a president who gets all that. The stream is very high quality, would be perfect if the delay gets removed, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know how to lower the delay more, honestly. I mean, I do see that there is a delay. It doesn't seem that bad, though. It's like HDT just chatted. I'm looking at the stream. I'm seeing how long it is before the chat he just made shows up on the screen. Yeah, I guess it's not great. But I don't know, man. 10 seconds? I mean, algebra, honestly, though. 10 seconds? I actually think that's pretty in line with a lot of YouTube content creators. Like, I always felt like Dragothian had about a 10-second stream. Or a 10-second delay. That was always my impression with him. So, I don't know. I think this might be the delay. This might be the delay for time immemorial. Because I don't know how to make it any better. I'm just glad the music is not bugging out this week. Ronnie, I will only be a world ruler when Lilith implements a game mode where the entire world of ROK is actually involved in the same thing. This game is very decentralized. You fight in your own little pod of kingdoms. Ultimately, most of the kingdoms in this KvK that we're watching right now, they will never really affect 770, and we will never really affect them. We're disconnected. So there is no world ruler. You know? Lilith hasn't implemented something like that. In Lords Mobile, there are the Emperor battles, where every kingdom in the entire game can, if they want, compete for the same top tier reward, which is a piece of Emperor equipment. Oh, dude, am I like too stupid? See, here's the thing, man. I'm too stupid to see who was like the rally lead there. Actually, I guess I could ask Red Hulk again. Oh, he was the garrison. So yeah, there's no world ruler in ROK. And to be quite honest, I'm not really even the king of 770. I'm down the totem pole. I'm down the totem pole a few notches. About 30 seconds for the messages pop up on screen. I disagree. I think it's more like 15 seconds. Oh, you just checked 26 seconds? Yeah, guys, I'm not sure. I'll look into it. I will look into it. I'm really not sure how to make the delay better. Let me look at what like the stream health says. See, YouTube says my stream is healthy. YouTube says the stream is healthy. Stream latency? I mean, I will look into it. It's a little bit confusing just because I do have a pretty good internet connection, right? And I can't possibly be far from the YouTube servers. I assume their servers are in California. So, yeah, the delay is weird. Is it possible that because my channel is small, that I'm getting a delay for that reason? That could be. Bro, I mean, this is popping off. I do like that we caught this war in like a really good place. If anything, the war is more interesting now than it was when it started. Because right now they're fighting for like actual control. Yeah, you're not annoyed by it, Lequesque, but Algebra is Algebra wants me to read his comments immediately. And Algebra, you know, he's in our kingdom. Actually, Lequesque is like a really interesting case because I think Lequesque used to be in 770 and then he left. How's the war going? Who's winning so far? I would say that it is in the same place as it was before it started. I don't think the estimation of any of this has changed. I think it would be... The only question today was how well can 302 do against 846? How much damage will 302 be able to do before they are pushed out of the zone? That was the question coming into the day. And even though 302 is fighting well at the moment, I don't think you can say that they have exceeded expectations. Because the reality is they lost all their territory near the passes. They are literally going to be locked in at their passes within 24 hours of the zone opening. So I can't say they're doing better than expectations, but I also will say at this point, you know, based on what we're watching right now, based on what we've been watching for the last hour or so, I would also say that they are not performing below expectations. Because they are definitely taking it to 846 at the moment. Yeah, Lequesque, I didn't realize you were in 770 until like we started messaging, and then I sort of like looked back and saw that you used to be a member. Yeah, no, all good. I'm just messing with you. I mean, I can tell you're a very active player, so if you ever want to come back, we would certainly consider it, you know, depending on the stats. I don't think I've gained any... I don't think people who are supporters of my channel have gained any favoritism yet in terms of getting into 770, but it's always possible, you know? It's always possible. If the stream gets bigger, don't tell Addy this, but if the stream gets bigger, then my assumption is that I will have more influence in the kingdom. Because like people will want the stream to continue, and like I'll have a bit more of like a voice in the game, and I'll like be important for recruiting. So this is my Trojan horse plan to take over the Handsome Devils, is to build a very strong YouTube channel. 1302 is probably going to be able to hold for a while if they spam forts. To a point, yes. Obviously, they can spam forts here. Obviously, they can spam forts here up towards this this northern bottleneck here, but they can't spam forts across this entire line. They can't spam forts across this entire line, I don't think. And so, 1846 will be able to burn through this green stuff. I mean, maybe are they blocked here? They need to get this burnt. This needs to get burnt ASAP. This needs to get burnt ASAP. I don't think they can fort block this entire line. I think ultimately, if 1846 does have the much stronger army, they can essentially go behind 1302 and destroy some of these flags and sort of avoid part of the fort spamming. But we'll see. I mean, we will see. As far as the 945 side, I don't think it's really being contended on. It's just not, you know, it's just not, 945 is not really fighting. They're just letting 1525 take this zone. Which makes sense because they can fight a 2v2 in the next zone. You know, this is the other thing, right? This is the other thing about this KvK. Because I did predict, earlier in the stream, I did predict a 254 victory in this KvK. And one thing I'm thinking about right now is that, okay, granted, in Ile-de-France, this will be a 1 versus 2, most likely. Almost certainly. 254 will have a 1 versus 2 in Ile-de-France. However, in terrain, this is going to be a 2v2. 846 cannot access terrain. And the question is, can 254 essentially win this KvK in terrain? Can they beat 365 so handily in terrain that the KvK essentially gets decided here? Now, granted, at any point, 365 can switch over and focus on Ile-de-France. And quite frankly, they will probably just like conquer Ile-de-France without even trying. So at any point, 365 can dislodge from terrain and wait for Kingsland for the big fight. But is 365 going to do that? And what does it mean if they do retreat? What does that say? What does that do for morale? And what does that do for the facts on the ground? I mean, if 365 backs away from a 2v2 in terrain because they feel like they're slightly disadvantaged because their ally 1945 is a little bit weaker than 1525. Then I suppose it makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to retreat here if things are not going well. But it will be quite a morale boost for 254. And it will be a bit of a victory. Not an overall victory. I mean, the question is, do we expect that's what's going to happen? Does all the smart money that has bet on 365, are they predicting that 365 will not fight in terrain? Not fight seriously in terrain? Not go all out in terrain? Do they think that 365 will demur a fight in this very large zone and instead prefer to fight in this very small zone with a bunch of mountains and a metric shit ton of resource tiles around all the passes? Will 365 demur a fair 2v2 in terrain to fight in a small, janky Kingsland instead? Will they do that? We shall see. Rexiel, welcome to the stream. I think I'm starting to think about wrapping up here. That last rant was rather inspired. I don't know if I will I don't think I can hit a bigger peak than that tonight. Although I still have my armaments to open, so even when we zoom out from this KvK. So 846 has the field again now. I mean, they're just going back and forth. This is honestly like a very good open field fight. I think both parties here are having a very good time, actually. In many ways, this is ROK at its best. Open field fighting over actual objectives. The objectives here are not uber important, but they are somewhat important. And they're having a good old scrap. Lilith ruined the 4 Imps Warrior Unbound KvK. Yeah, I can't believe Lilith did that. I think they made a pretty big mistake there. It would have been a great way to showcase Warriors Unbound. I think it would have been a great way to showcase some of the good things they've done with the game recently, which is they've made 2 very good new KvK maps. But for some unknown reason, ZFT, thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. But for some unknown reason, like, I don't even understand why they did it. It really makes no sense to me. For some unknown reason, Lilith decided to break up those 4 Imperiums into separate KvKs. I don't get it. I really do not get it. $1093 versus 1307. That's a tough one for me. LeQuest is betting on 307. HTT is betting on 1093. That's like a really tough one for me because I just don't know that much about 1093. I mean, I understand their history. I like, I can remember that KvK where they did the wall of forts in Strife of the Eight, and they stymied some very tough opponent. I almost think it might have been 1254 that they stymied, and they won that their side won that KvK. I here and there I looked at the way they were progressing in Kingsland in the last KvK, where they were sort of the dominant presence after 960 and 365 had worn each other out. So I'm aware of 1093's history. I don't quite know how good 1093 is, honestly. I think I have a relatively good sense of where 307 is. And like, it's just really hard for me to say whether 1093 is on like a higher level or not. Like, I just don't know. I really don't know. In 307, 1093, it will be top versus bottom, but in 960, not sure yet. They did not announce the allies yet. I think what they announced in 960 and 2489 is that there's going to be two separate KvKs, basically. 960 and 2489 are going to fight each other, and then the other four camps are going to 2v2 against each other. And then Kingsland is going to be taken by 960 and 2489, and so I don't know if the two Imperiums are going to fight from the very beginning, or if they're going to wait for Kingsland to fight, but they're going to fight separately. HGT says 1093 has so much depth. Lequest, I think 93 have a whole alliance more than 307, but I believe 307 can win. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I just don't know. Like, at the end of the day, like, it's just like, I don't know how many like really quality leaders either of those kingdoms has. Obviously, they both have some amount, but I don't know like exactly how many. I mean, I think Warriors Unbound is like a pretty like sprawling map where like fighting is not going to stop. I think Warriors Unbound is more like Strife of the Eight than Orleans is, in the sense that the fighting is just going to keep going. You can connect to the entire map, and you can breach the enemy in significant ways from multiple zones. So I think the fighting in Warriors Unbound is going to be very ongoing. And so if it's a really close KvK, it often comes down to the depth of your leadership. Like how many leaders you have. Can you maintain organization and initiative for 2 weeks straight? Can you have organization for 24 hours straight? I think those things will matter a lot in that KvK, and I just don't know what the depth of leadership is in 307 and 1093. I can only assess it based on, briefly watching some of their KvKs. Which I guess you could say 1093 has been more successful in theirs, so maybe we have to assume that their leadership bench is a little bit deeper. Because as much as 307 had a very good performance against 960, it wasn't a complex performance. They essentially defended the same territory for many days in a row. It's very different when you have to fight on different fronts in different zones, and you have to assess on an ongoing basis which front is more important, where to allocate resources, what to give up, what to take. Strife of the Eight as a whole map, when you're fighting across an entire Strife of the Eight map, that is much more complex than fighting just in Kingsland. And I think we've mostly seen 307 fight in Kingsland. Although I'm blanking. They beat 412, right? 307 beat 412 in his own 5 in Heroic Anthem, right? So again, that's not a very complicated fight. It's just fighting in one zone. Whereas I feel like 1093 has proved themselves a bit more in terms of fighting across an entire map. So in that sense, on Warriors Unbound, I would give 1093 the edge. Whoa, what am I missing? What am I missing here? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, so they burnt this flag, this fort again, which I said they needed to burn. I should have been watching it. But they did burn the fort that I said they needed to burn immediately. Yeah, I could be sharper on this camera work. I apologize for that. I am excited to open these armaments whenever I actually get to it. Tech, welcome to the stream. Good morning. Yes, I do try to stream once a week. It's Friday evening for me. I guess it's morning for you. Thanks for supporting the channel, watching the videos, and yeah, I'm getting into the live streaming game. My first live stream was maybe 6 weeks ago, something like that. And we're getting into it, you know? When you have a great watch party like this, it's so easy, man. It's so easy. You just put the camera work on action and ramble. So, yeah, so I mean, Song has like shown up here when it no longer matters because the fort has burned. Now there's a bit of movement from 846 back up here because they need to, yeah, so this is really interesting movement because these marches really do have to move different places. And where the enemy's murder ball is a factor in what you, as an offense, can accomplish. So, like... So, 302 is trying to ball up here at this flag and get this thing burnt down. But you can see that 1846 has sort of found a second wind right here. And they're going to contest that. I mean, they're just like going to contest it immediately. They are just going to immediately contest it. I mean, this is the thing about this flag that's so interesting. It's kind of why my camera has stayed on this flag. Is because this is just like this is a pure test of open field control. If 846 has open field control, they can save this flag. If 302 has open field control, this flag gets destroyed. There are no cities around it. It's all about open field. And so that's really interesting. And it's interesting that this thing is burning, that 302 has shown enough control to get this thing burnt down. But at this point, it's do or die for 846. And it does look like they are mobilizing in a serious way. Whereas Song is kind of bogged down over here. Song has committed to this largely pointless fight down here. Whereas I think they should be up here instead. I think they should finish off this flag. 1302 is they're a two alliance kingdom. They're two alliances. They've got this Well, it's hard to tell right now, but well, you can see from the power, right? They've got Song, and they've got an alt alliance, which is normally called Duck. Duck is usually their secondary alliance. I'll show you. I'll show you Duck. This is Song. This is 302's second alliance. So it almost looks like they have three. I don't. Well, yeah, I guess they have two. I guess they have two very big alliances. But they're also in a camp with another kingdom as well. Although I have to say that this other kingdom is really not showing much at all. The other kingdom they're with, like 2372 or whatever, I've barely seen them today. Yeah, 2 Alliance A seed. I would have approached this zone totally different than they did. I would have approached it completely different, and it's something I talked about earlier in the stream. But they figured something out. They have figured out a manageable strategy that is going to generate some success. Yeah, I think we'll keep this stream going, or we'll keep this watch party going until we see some resolution on this flag. And then I do need to see, I'm focused on what matters, even though there's like huge action that's irrelevant down here. So, but I will put the camera here. Yeah, we'll see how that flag gets resolved. And then I will open up my armaments. I do have a decent number of armament chests this week. And what's exciting about the armaments is that last week on stream, I actually did pull an extremely good armament. I think I can find it very, very quickly. Actually, I know how to find it. Where is this thing? This? Yeah, it's this. I don't have it. I don't have it on any commander right now. But I mean, this double inscription is really good. Uplifting. Every 10 seconds after the wielder enters a battle, the damage of their normal attack increases by 1% up to 5%. So this is a really good garrison. This is a really, really good garrison inscription. And then evasive is actually decent for garrison also, because a lot of rallies do have a lot of counterattack. You know, whether it's Bacall or Henry or whoever it may be. So I did pull this armament last week, which is like really cool. I won't really be able to use it until I get a reroll. But anyway, that was cool. That was cool. I had it on my Yan for a while, and then I just decided it wasn't as good as what I had, basically. Because it does take 50 seconds to get up to that 5% attack. And, you know, most rallies probably only last like 2 or 3 minutes, so. I think 2327 joins 302 alliances to fight. Oh, is that possible in this KvK? I did not realize that was possible. That would make sense though, because the power on 302 seems really high. Like they look like an Imperium with the 9 million alliance, or the 9 billion alliance, the 10 billion alliance. and then another 9 billion alliance. So you might be right about that, LaQuest. I did not realize that was possible to join alliances in this. Yeah, I wasn't really enthused about the inscription that gives 2.5% less counterattack damage at first. But then I thought about it for a while and I was like, well, both now and well into the future, it will always be the case that rallies have quite a bit of counterattack. So it kind of is a good garrison inscription. Actually, 1302 has one alliance, 18 million, and Duck was 3 million. Oh, interesting. Okay. That's crazy, but okay. 18 billion is insane. 18 billion is insane. HDT, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Alright, so this flag is healing. We'll see if 1302 makes an attack on it anytime soon. This is what's tough. They're like very committed down here. But I guess they want to kill... I guess they want to burn this one. This is a much harder flag to burn. Much harder flag to burn. Don't you just swarm this immediately? Oh, Attila secondary. Interesting. Attila secondary instead of primary. Interesting. Yeah, this thing just has no chance, man. Dude, cav rallies just do not work, man. You know, we have archers coming out. But archers are actually in a good place. Archers already have meta rallies. I guess now they're going to give them meta garrisons as well. I mean, when's the last time Cav had a good rally? I mean, I guess when Nevsky came out. I mean, certainly when Nevsky came out, it was meta, even though it could be swarmed. And Bertrand is okay. Personally, I think the best Cav rally is Bertrand Nevsky. I just think that's the best one because it does decent against swarms. It punishes swarms a little bit, and it does fine in the trade with the garrison. So like I don't get why we don't see Imperium Kingdoms just rocking basically only Bert Nevsky rallies. I mean, if their players have every commander, I think you got to use the Bert. Because otherwise, Cav rallies are just in a bad place. They just really have no role. LaQuest says, Bert Nevsky is great, but not very popular for some reason. Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is that people don't have it. People just don't have the Bert. They don't build Bert. But if you're like a top tier kingdom, I feel like you should have Bert. You will see White Castle. You will see White Castle running Bert Nevsky in these normal KvKs. That's one of the main whales in 770. He runs a fair bit of he's run a fair bit of Bert Nevsky over the years. All right, so you see 302 as heavy mobilized up here. This is kind of crazy, man. I honestly think leaders, I would be driven completely nuts as a leader during the last couple hours, because how do you ever assess like where you have the numerical advantage? Like, marches just show up out of nowhere. Like, a mass mobilization. I'll be honest, I don't know how 302 mobilizes, but what I'm seeing is that they mobilize as a group very well. Like, they all appear together and just take over the field. You know what I mean? It's almost like they do timed pushes, but it's not like they gather up beforehand. They all just like pull their marches out of the city at the same time and push that way. It's pretty crazy. They really just show up out of nowhere in massive numbers. The thing we really need at this point is we need to stay at the Nevsky, Scipio, Boudica power level for a while, and we need to develop more variety in the marches that you see. We need to develop more strategy in the marches that people build and use. I really think that's the main thing that's missing from the open field right now, is a bit more theory crafting in terms of what you can bring, what kind of team composition you can have to make your overall army more effective. I guess they're doing that a bit with the auxiliary skills, but I would rather have that diversity visually represented on the screen by seeing a wider variety of marches. I mean, how nice is it to see a couple of Saladins here? A couple Saladin Williams, probably. You know, at least we have a couple people making the controversial decision, which I agree with, that Saladin William is still a quality march that is worth using in a high-level KvK. I mean, if you don't have XY, or you want to put 3 Cav marches out there, then it makes a lot of sense to bring out the Saladin William. I mean, it's nice to have skill damage resistance. Look at all the skill damage that's taking place. It's a skill damage meta. Saladin still kind of works. And his slow is quite underrated. Although I have been wondering if Saladin's slow... So Saladin's slow gets hit for, Fox first. But then does William's slow stack? Does his slow stack with the Saladin? Or does the Saladin slow take effect for like 1 to 2 seconds? And then the William one comes on top of it for a second or two more? Or do they stack together? I've always wondered that. Because if they cancel each other out, I think there's an argument towards putting the William and Saladin on different marches. So there's like a slightly better chance that their slows are being cast at different times. We've got an Alex out there for a little bit of diversity, but of course the Alex got melted very quickly. They stack. They stack. Okay, so they work together. They work together. They work in tandem. They work at the same time. Okay. That's good. I mean, putting a slow on marches, like, I honestly think people really underestimate the Saladin and the William slow. I think people really underestimate it. Because this game is all about movement. This game is all about, like, very quickly moving back and forth. Moving into the enemy, then moving back. And if you can put a nasty slow on the enemy and let your teammates hit him a bunch more times, I think that's like underestimated. It doesn't show up in the trade. It doesn't show up in the battle report per se. But to the extent that movement is what dictates open field success generally, it stands to reason that a massive slow would play a relevant factor in that movement success. So I mean, I still bring the Saladin out. If you want to see a truly crazy inscription, you can see one on my Saladin. He's using the line formation. Okay, I've got a line formation Saladin for the simple reason that he has this battlement inscription. Reduces the number of severely wounded units in battle by 10%. So, even if this is... Okay, so this is probably not as good as like 10% damage reduction, like makes 10% less damage in battle. It's slightly worse than that, but it's probably not like way worse. This is probably like 7%. Like this is probably like damage reduction by 7% maybe. So it's 7% less damage. If we make that a 2.5x multiple, that's like 17% of stats. That inscription is like 17% of stats. Pretty friggin' crazy. It's actually such a good inscription, and my line combat set for cavalry is so good that I actually think it's better than the arch formation armaments that I have on my XY. And so as the next KvK approaches, I have to debate whether I want to put the better armament set on my XY Caesar or on my Saladin William. You know, which of those marches is better? Which of those is the more impactful march? But, you know, other than a couple of dusty old commanders like Saladin or... I don't know. Soon people will be asking whether YSG is still relevant or not once some new stuff comes out. But other than some dusty old commanders like Saladin, you really don't see much diversity. You just see a lot of Nevsky, see a lot of Guan, a lot of Scipio, a lot of Boudica, a lot of XY. Everybody has the same commanders, same marches. And it would be nice. It would be nice if that it would be nice if that got a little more diverse. All right, so what are we looking at here? So this thing is building. Their rally. See, why do they not have a better rally? Why does 302 keep rallying with Nevsky? They're like very committed to only losing cavalry today. They are swarming. They have open field. In this case, the Nevsky is not bad. The Nevsky's okay here. They're swarming the Jan YSS. How do you not have a Hera here? How do you not have a Hera? How do you not have a Hera? And so that flag's going down. They might be able to extinguish it one more time, but presumably that flag's going down, which is why they're back flagging. I do not believe the back flag can be reached. But this is a great place for an open field scrap because there are absolutely no cities nearby. So whichever side is stronger gets to win. And let's take a look at what side actually wins this. This is a test of wills right here. Both teams want it. I don't see a lot of people going backwards. I don't see a lot of dancing here. I guess we should look at the sad faces. The sad faces are not too frequent, so I guess people are dancing to an extent. I guess there's more dancing than we can see. The sad faces are definitely biased towards 302. More sad faces on 302. It does look like 846 is clearing them out. But to what purpose? Your flag just got burnt. So one thing you have to pay attention to is relevant fights versus irrelevant fights. This I would describe as an irrelevant fight because the flag just burned and nothing is really going to happen here for 15 minutes. And winning the relevant fights is far more important than the irrelevant ones. If you win an irrelevant fight, you weaken the enemy in terms of you fill up their hospital. So you wear down their resources and their speed ups faster than they wear down yours. But you're not really accomplishing any objective other than that very general one. Whereas a relevant fight is around actual territory being taken and held. And I think some kingdoms are better than others at focusing on the relevant fights. It's pretty imperceptible. You can probably notice it when your own kingdom does it. And I think you can notice it when a strong opponent does it. Where like they win the objective. They win the objective based fights. You know? You win these pointless fights, you feel good for a while, but then you extinguish your flag and they burn it again. You know, I think you notice it when an opponent is good at that. But it's something that's very hard to coach. And it's something that is hard to make as a doctrine because ultimately people just like to fight. And they're somewhat oblivious to the importance of the fight. They see marches, they fight those marches. LaQuest says, guys, I don't think Saladin William March speed reduction stacks. Just tried it on a Barbarian. I think they don't stack because both in active skill and active skills don't stack. Yeah, LaQuest, I appreciate you doing that, and I think that sounds right to me. I thought that how it worked was that active skills don't stack, but like passive skills do, or like an active skill from one commander and a passive skill from another will stack. So like Saladin casts his active. The next turn, the Saladin slow is applied. The next turn, the William slow is applied. So the Saladin skill takes effect for 2 turns, right? How long does it last? 5 seconds. So the Saladin, we're assuming that the Saladin is not maxed and they have equal reductions. The Saladin skill is 5 seconds long. 2 of those seconds are used before Williams begins. But then the 3 seconds of Williams' skill overlaps with the final 3 seconds of Saladin's skill. So, in essence, Williams' skill is irrelevant. Especially if you have a maxed Saladin, where his skill would overrule Williams because it's 50% rather than 30. So I think that's kind of like an argument to split those 2 commanders up, to be honest. Not that they wouldn't still overlap, but like they get applied at different timings. Anyway, Saladin Williams still a great march. Yeah, I mean, looks like this flag's probably going down. They might have one more extinguish, but we're not going to stick around to find out. I'm going to head back to the home kingdom now. I'm going to open up my armaments. And then I'm going to wrap things up. Let me take a look if there's any training runes nearby. I really do appreciate everyone hanging out. I've had the number of viewers displayed on my second monitor this whole time, and seeing how many people are watching has been a great motivator for this stream. Super awesome. If I can get double-digit viewers to watch me play ROK, I'm a very happy camper. And one of my favorite songs is showing up on the playlist just as we head into the armament opening portion of the broadcast. I love this song. What do we need to do? There's something I was about to do. What was I going to do? Oh, I was just going to show you guys, or show y'all, what my... So, like, I always open arch formation. Always, always, always. But my infantry wedge formation is getting really good. Because I got this the other day, which is an amazing armament. And so my infantry wedge has 15, 16.1, 22.1. My wedge formation, free to play only, infantry setup has 22.1% of stats, which is right in line. With a bunch of my, arch ones. Like, this is less than 22%. This is like maybe slightly more than, this is like 25% or something, because the cohesive is extremely good. But anyway, point being, part of me wants to start opening some wedge formation chests. I feel like I'm going to reach a point very soon where my arch formation garrison stuff is going to be good enough that I can start opening up some wedge stuff. To where at some point I can rock an open field wedge march or an infantry garrison wedge march. I can build a hunt. I can get a hunter inscription, put it on this scroll slot. Anyway, I've got that in my mind. That's in the back of my mind right now. I'm gonna go all arch. I'm still going all arch because I need to buff up my cav. I need to buff up my cav garrisons, but it's just in the back of my mind that part of me wants to like open up a few wedges here and there. We're getting to that point. Not this week, but we're getting to that point. For now, we stay with arch. Okay. Purple with inscription. Purple with inscription. Little by little, you hurt me now. I mean, Brisk is not that good. What is this? So this is like 1.7, 2.9. Oh, it's siege. I forgot that Brisk is only siege. Little by little, this game hurts me now. All right, we're just zipping through the blues. We're zipping through the blues. It's been a long stream. I've rather lost my flair for the dramatics. Although truth be told, it doesn't seem like ROK viewers really care that much about armament openings anyway. It doesn't give the dopamine hits like the equipment forging does. Even though personally I find it more interesting. Alright, nothing so far. Nothing so far because that Brisk wrecked us. Let's get through these last 5 blues. Maybe it's the blues. Maybe the blues I should be opening wedge. Because my expectations are a little bit low. My expectations are a little bit low for what I need in some of these slots. Like, alright, let's think this through. Alright, so are any of these slots like really bad? That one's good. This one's pretty... No, this one's good. It's this one. This one's pretty bad. 3.3. 3.3% of stats is like pretty weak. So like maybe in a blue chest I can improve on this one. So maybe I should just start with some blue chests and do wedge on those. I'll make a note of that. Alright, so here we got the purples. Here we got the purples. We're sticking with the wedge. Lequesque says that my free-to-play infantry wedge formation is better than his, even though he selects those. Even though he selects wedge when he opens chests. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Lequesque, if you have worse, if your best set is worse than 22% at this point, I do feel bad for you. Here we go. Okay. Hey, legend with an inscription. We take it. We take it. Tonight, boy, we have a legendary inscription. We're dancing around it. We're checking everything else first. Woof. How bad is that? Doesn't get much worse than that. Alright. Alright. Legendary with an inscription. there's always a chance. There's always a chance. I've been streaming for 4.5 hours. I've put in the time. The chat has been with me the whole way. YouTube, I've given you what you want. I've given you engagement. I've kept people hooked on your app. Now, please communicate instantaneously with Lilith Games and Legu Games and give me YouTuber luck on this armament. Son of a biatch. Why do they all look like this? Why do so many armaments look like this crap? Oh my gosh. This is like a complete nothing burger. Yikes. And Kit, welcome to the stream. Time does not equal luck. True equation. Hey, luck comes from somewhere. Unless you can tell me where luck comes from, then it might have to do with time. All right. So there's like 2 steps to this whole thing. There's 2 steps. First, you open them, and then you look at them. The question is, do you want the luck when you open them, or do you want the luck when you look at them? What do I want? Do I want the luck when I look at them, or do I want the luck when I open them? I want the luck when I look at, or I want the luck when I open them. I want the luck when I open them. As someone who has gotten multiple double inscriptions, as someone who has pulled legendary inscriptions, you know, legendary with an inscription from like, I think I might have even pulled one from a blue chest one time. And I've certainly pulled some big ones from purple chests. I want the luck when I open it. When I open it. So right here, give me the luck. All right. One with an inscription. All right. I mean, I think that's like, I think that's meh. I think that's average. That's okay. Now I'm gonna look. Everything. Oh my gosh. So far tonight, I haven't gotten anything. I haven't even locked. I have not locked a single armament all night. I have not locked a single armament all friggin' night. Are you friggin' serious? We're down to the last one. The opens have been good, but the looks have been garbo. The looks have been absolute rip city. And this is the last one. I would wait for the breakdown, but I feel like the breakdown in this song takes a million years. So I'm just gonna look. 2.9% cav attack. Breaker. I have no idea what breaker is, but it sounds good. It sounds pretty good. Whenever the wielder's troop launches a normal attack, it has a 10% chance to reduce the target's defense by 15% for 3 seconds. What is this worth? So, it's essentially... So I suck at math, guys, but this is how I will do this math. If it was permanent, it would be 1.5% defense per turn. It's not permanent, but it's for 3 seconds. So wouldn't that be like 4.5% of stats? But then you reduce it down by 4.5% a little bit because of the cooldown. So it's maybe like, I guess it's like 3% of stats? Is this like 3% of stats here? Which plus the cavalry tech 2.9% is 5.9% of stats, which is pretty good. Ankit says better than anything else today, right? Definitely better than anything else today. Quest says that is a very good inscription, to be honest. Yeah, so I mean, my math is that like it's 1.5% if it was one turn. If it was for 1 second, this will be 1.5% of stats. But because it's 3%, but because it's 3 seconds, it's 4.5% of stats. 4.5% of defense. But it's also mitigated by the cooldown, so it's a little bit less. So it's like 3% of stats, something like that. Algebra says 3 to 3.5%. Okay, so my gorilla math was close to Algebra's math. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna round up. I was gonna round up from 3, if anything. So, okay. So yeah, like 6% of stats on this. Pretty good. Pretty good. That's pretty good. Since we're about to wrap up, and I don't want to, I mean, I'm not gonna like cut the stream before I've done all the stuff I want to do. I will take a look at this. So yeah, like you can see that this is definitely an upgrade for me. I'll be honest, right now, this armament is where my destruction inscription is gonna go. I'm not gonna put it on the Nevsky, but this is clearly gonna be an upgrade somewhere. Okay, so this is like 2.54%, sorry, 4.5% of stats. So definitely an upgrade on the XY. This is 2.8, 5.3. The question is this good on a garrison? Kind of. This is kind of good on a garrison because it's nice to reduce a rally's defense because it's probably getting swarmed to some extent. Is this inscription better on garrison than on open field? Not really, because in the open field, you're reducing the defense on a target that many marches are focusing. Yeah, that makes sense. So I guess this goes on the XY. So I was at 4.5 and I'm going to about 6, maybe 6.2. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I mean, maybe this is worth more, right? Like maybe algebra, this is worth more than 3% or 3.5% because it's not just your stats. I mean, obviously your stats matter when you're being targeted by multiple enemies. But do stats matter more when you're debuffing enemies that are being targeted by multiple people? I mean, to some extent, yes, right? Because I'm putting more, I have more marches on the field generally than other people, right? So like in general, I am focus firing enemy targets more than they are focus firing me. So in that sense, if I am debuffing an enemy, I'm getting more value from that debuffage than I'm getting from having some defensive stats on my own march that is being focus fired less often than I'm focus firing the enemy. So I could argue that that inscription is more on the high end of algebra's estimates at about 3.5%. But anyway, that's how I do things. I use very, very rudimentary math and combine that with some pretty solid analytical skills and end up not being too wrong. I end up not being too wrong with the micromanaging parts of the game with that approach. And then there's a bunch of macro parts of the game that are almost pure analytics and communication and socializing and effort and technology vis-a-vis having a powerful device and a mouse and a keyboard. And that really sums it up as far as how to be relatively successful in Rise of Kingdoms. Finding some really good R5s to do even more than you do also helps a lot. And having people who recruit very good players into your team is also very important. Having a unique mix of International Kingdom or International Alliance and Korean Alliance, so you have 24/7 time zone coverage and 2 separate recruiting streams, also helps. But other than that, it's ridiculously simple. You just spend time and money and stick with it for a long time. And you get rewarded whatever extent you actually enjoy this stuff. But as you can tell, I'm very much in wrap-up mode. It's been a super enjoyable stream. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I will be back in about 8 hours. I'm planning to stream again in 8 hours for our Ark of Osiris match. So tune in for that. And until next time, I will see you all on the flip side.